47, turn off heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. So weather 17015, gust 23. American 3575, heading up there, runway 12 left, clear to land with 17015, gust 23. Delta 2612, runway 17, line up away. Be sure to wave at the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now. Alright, Lucas, a good wave. Delta 2612, going to 140, runway 17, take off. Flying from my heading, clear for takeoff. Got 3047, got that departure.
Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Happy Monday, everybody. We are ready to start a fantastic week of plane spotting here from the Twin Cities Metro and from the aircraft viewing area here today. It is a wonderful day to be outside here on April 20th as we begin our presentation of live plane spotting. So delighted to have everybody on board for today's show. And as always, I want to invite you along until the end. It should be a great set of conditions today, per usual. It's also a bit windy here, as you might notice as well. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to our broadcast. My name's Alex, executive producer of MSP Airport Live. Apologies for the later than anticipated start today. I had some personal responsibilities that came up late this morning that were urgent, that needed to be dealt with, that kind of ran longer than expected. So appreciate everybody's understanding. Well, we are about ready to kick off the broadcast right away. Delta 152 is ready to go to Paris.
Delta 1620, turn left when able, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er. Hi, is that Alpha 5, join Alpha, ground point 9, 1621.
So how about that? Delta 152.
1621
is ready to rock and roll. I don't think that they are. Don't think that anything's going to be holding up, but all right, they're going to just get out of here right away. So how about that? Starting our show off today with Delta 152 to Paris with the A330.
17 taxi via Papa, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short runway 12 right, just give way to the Embraer exiting the runway. Delta 2732, got that departure. Breaker 3575, turn right to Papa, contact ground point 9er.
So the other thing you probably noticed, and maybe can hear in the background, is it's a bit windy today, folks. It is actually quite breezy outside. So we're going to get to some of your comments here in just a bit. Also, RJ Bean will be joining us today, as a matter of fact. So she's landed. She hasn't arrived yet. So we just have to wait for her to throw on the headset, and we should be good to go today.
2415 minutes, ground push approved, runway 12 left.
Hey, Gordon, thanks so much for the kudos, this fancy preview video. Yeah, it's going to be our new broadcast intro from now on. Mike Sellers says, greetings from South Dakota. Hey, what's up, Mike? Thanks for tuning in today. So great to have you on board. Happy Monday. Also, Maddie, happy Monday to you as well. Great day for spotting. Glad the weather warmed up. Yes, it did. It's going to be up to 80 on Wednesday when we go live next, after today. Lee Harris, so great to see you today. This is good afternoon, Alex and crew. And Chad. Good afternoon, Lee. So great to have you tune in. Lee's one of our awesome regulars. Rosie says, fancy intro. I know, right? I wanted something with the Sports Center vibes. Being the sports nut that I am. The NHL playoffs have begun. The NBA playoffs have also started, so I'm kind of in that mood. Good afternoon, Trevor. One of our awesome mods checking in today. JTS 12910 says, keep an eye out for Delta E175 coming in from O'Hare. My dad is on it. All right. You're going to have to let us know the flight information, or else we're just going to be guessing. So I'm going to try and make an effort to do that. Mike, good afternoon to you as well. Mike says good afternoon from Appleton, Wisconsin.
Got 39 Minneapolis Tower, only one to your right, clear to land. The wind's 17013, gust 23. Clear to land,
So there's our wind visualized. It's a bit gusty today. Tomorrow it's going to be in the 70s and sunny. And on Wednesday, we're going to be taking the heat up a little bit. It's going to be into the 80s, I think. So we're going to have another warm day ahead. All right, and I think it's time to welcome in the second member of our on-air crew, RJ Bean.
I've landed.
Yes, you have. Good afternoon. Happy Monday.
Yes, happy Monday, Alex.
3041, runway 17 taxi via
Wasn't sure what I wanted to do when I got up this morning. That's the way it usually works with me, so it's like, okay, get out of the house. Go. Plus, I noticed the change in the start time, so just like, oops, I was ready to go, and then all of a sudden it changed. It's like, okay. Put myself in a holding pattern at home for a little bit before I left. So, fortunately, I have that flexibility, so I know that's not the case with everybody. And I had to kind of yell at Olaf and get him moving, so... Well, you know what? He's a little wobbly out here. He's on his perch, but it's a little gusty for him.
It's way gusty today. It's super gusty.
So we'll see if he's able to stay out, because if not, he might just stay in. I'll let him back in the car.
Sun Country 395, ground push approved, runway 17.
Well, in a gusty show like this is going to make for some interesting landings today, isn't it? With the weather and everything, it's going to add an extra layer of complexity. Rosie says, we have loved benefiting from your broadcast experience and skills.
Yeah, and I think
Always happy to provide them, Rosie. Thanks so much for the compliment. I've been around broadcasting off and on for the last 10 years.
Transponder on the spot 2444.
Yeah, and I think since we were last out here, the weather's been all over the place around here. How about Friday? Had almost 2.5 inches of rain. I had 2 bouts of hail, about pea size. And my weather station dropped 30 degrees in just like nothing with the weather that when it moved through on Friday.
We have some wild weather here in the Twin Cities.
25 tow via Delta Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17. Delta Kilo 3, short 17, 25.
And I did not even bother to look to see what the ops were, and I said, no, you'll figure it out during your drive out here. So I just said, you'll figure it out that way.
So that's 2415, tower 123.95 the rest of the way, see you. 195, see you. Southwest 611 taxi. Southwest 611, left turnout to runway 17 taxi via Tango Yankee Kilo, cross runway 4.
All right, let's take another look at our E175 touching down.
Yankee Kilo.
Chase Tuna 9, yes, I actually do have the...
25, monitor tower 123.67.
I do have a towel to cool the laptop down, or to shield it from the sun's...
02 to 05, time is...
From the sun's rays.
All right, 02 to 05, Southwest 611.
So I know that one of our live viewers actually gave us a towel to assist with that. So if you're watching, we still have it, by the way, if you need it back.
341, runway 17, line of 08, traffic cross downfield. Yesterday, 19 minutes, contact via Alpha Delta.
Alex, you see in the chat, we have somebody watching from Bora Bora?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Green Hornet, 1289. Wow.
From Bora Bora. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Wow. Greetings from Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're so stoked to have you on board today. We have a lot of fun with plane spotting here in the Twin Cities. It's one of those sleeper airports, in my opinion, because, you know, MSP looks pretty unassuming on the surface. And we are jumping into the action right as things are starting to get busy around this time of the day. So it's around 3 p.m. onwards that you can expect a lot of traffic, a lot of arrivals, a lot of departures, all that fun stuff. Now, Mondays we don't get the cargo stuff, but I think that there's a pretty high concentration of passenger traffic that will accompany us throughout the day today. Also want to let our audience know that we're going to have a new video that'll be dropping here within the next week or so, depending on when I get done with it. I'm almost there. I'm like 99.99% done with it. Boy, this wind has just been a devil. Whoa. Boy, that just gave me a little nudge. Well, good thing everything is weighted down properly, RJ. We got sandbags on everything, and it doesn't look like anything's going to go anywhere on our behalf, but we heard another streamer out in Chicago. I think big shout out to Mark in Chicago Flights. He ended up losing some pretty expensive camera gear with the wind shear that area has been having, and unfortunately it took a multi-$1,000 camera setup and just trashed it in a matter of a few seconds.
So when did this happen?
I think within the last week. I heard from one of our spotting friends, Trevor, that happened, so that's really unfortunate.
Okay.
I felt for him because doing this requires a lot of technical undertaking and things of that nature, so.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about Olaf at the moment, so I might let him ride this session out in the car.
Yeah, we might not use the close-up view on our other camera just because it's man, it's hard to keep anything steady in this wind. MN Sports Fan 88 says, hello, Alex in chat. How are you today? Happy Monday.
Chicago today, 10 to 13. Time is 5/8.
Chase Tuna. Okay, it was you. Didn't realize she left without getting it back to you. Oh, that's all good. It's in safekeeping. Dream Spinner 3MN says, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well. Happy Monday. We're ready for some awesome spotting today. So Mike's Sellers says, greetings from South Dakota. Hey, what's going on? Happy Monday.
Airborne about 10 after, so about 11 minutes from now.
So tonight we're going to have some 350 action for you. So if you love the A350s, make sure you stick around because that's going to be a lot of fun.
425, Roger, runway 17 taxi via Charlie 1, Charlie Sierra, Kilo cross runway 4. Charlie 1, Charlie Sierra, Kilo cross runway 4, runway 17, we have Papa, Sun Country 425. That was 4063.
So Ghost May 01, I see your comment. What's the best spot to park? I came to the MSP spotting area for the first time. I came from Fargo. I barely saw any planes landing or taking off. Well,
it depends on what time of day you're out here.
Yeah.
So we plan our streams around the most action, and depending on what day it is, also kind of can make a difference too.
American 2381, maps push approved for runway 17.
Yeah, this is a pretty busy airport, so if you hit it just wrong, you may or may not get what you're hoping to see. And also, how you see it could depend on where you're at. If you're at the aircraft viewing area at the end of Cargo Road, which is where we are at, it does make your sight lines easier.
8302, maps contact C via.
And we do get our lulls from time to time.
Charlie hold short runway, what's right? That was 4094.
The other thing I'll say is that, you know, even LAX,
Papa Mike cross runway 4, hold short runway,
even LAX can get lulls. So, hey, Delta Whiskey Aviation Plus, great to see you today. It says, hello, everyone. Beautiful day for some plane spotting. I would agree. Marcus Ice 5400, so great to see you today again. This is down to 61 degrees Fahrenheit today in the Twin Cities. At least it's not into the mid-40s yesterday and windy. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that we might be in for a repeat of the spring of 2024 where it was just strong to gale force winds every clear day that we had, and then rain or inclement weather was just constantly making things miserable around here. Because I remember that pretty fondly too, and that was kind of the first year that we as a channel became established, so we were certainly fighting some weather challenges, I guess, in that first year. Now we can go out in anything except thunderstorms or blizzards. So we'll be out in snowstorms. Now, one of the things that I'm excited to do this summer is, you know, because we have rain gear for everything, so we can go outside in the rain. Rain ops are really cool because, I mean, granted, if there's not lightning, we'll be okay. But it's really cool to see wet weather operations because you could have a lot of that spray behind the jet engines. All right, Sun Country, our next arrival coming in on the South Parallel.
Right, hitting 215, got a departure. 26.7.
A little bit of a bounce.
Only 12 right, going whiskey. I might cross 12 right, right through whiskey.
Can't be too picky, though, can we?
7.
Absolutely not. All right, let's take another look at our Sun Country 737 making its way into MSP on this windy afternoon. This flight comes to us from St. Petersburg Airport in Florida.
That's just south where we were.
Mike, hold short, runway 1 right, you'll try and
Mom and I were.
behind a CRJ 9er. 17, cross runway 4, Mike, and behind the...
I wanted to do that, but I figured I might get my hand slapped. That button is going to get kind of addicted.
We have more where that came from.
Oh. Anything new?
Yes, we have a couple new ones.
Okay. Oh. Chomp. Okay.
I'll get you across whiskey when I can.
We got to keep an eye on you, Alex.
23, aiming up ground.
Trying to add some fun things.
Oh, absolutely.
Push back up roof, 73. E9 1530 on Minneapolis Airport. Mike, cross runway 1 to your right, John Whiskey. Mike, cross 1 to your right, John Whiskey.
SkyWest 4063 negotiating whiskey en route to 17. They're departing to Memphis today with an E175 LR.
215, not at departure. For 25, 5 runway heading, wind 17017, gust 30, and it's 17, clear for takeoff. 2298, turn right, join Papa, contact ground, point 9er.
We've got United 1531. They're headed to Chicago O'Hare.
23, proceed via Delta, control point 11.
It's a 737.
Delta jet off your right, they're going to the run ahead. Copy that, proceed dead south to
It's of the next gen family of 737s. The 737-800. I think this aircraft might be ex-Continental.
Country 285, short of whiskey. Our sequence will be after United, off your right on whiskey. Right, after United. 285. Got a Delta jet blocking the alley, but they should be moving real quick. Delta 25 down, we got you across.
I think we might have a Smurf jet inbound here. Sun Country from Cincinnati is our next arrival, and indeed we will have another Smurf jet. It's a 737-800 Boeing converted freighter.
I'm calling 43, we got pop over 63. And United 2238, as you get closer, join Quebec short of the alley there. Delta's doing a crossway real quick. Who's the person that called me on ground for taxi? Carlos 43, we got pop over. Carlos 43, roger, call meter next time. Runway 17, taxi via pop whiskey cross from my point. 17 Papa whiskey cross, 4, sorry about that, Carlos 43 is just runway 17, taxi via whiskey cross from my point. 17 via whiskey cross, 1 way 4.
Oh, no.
I'm starting to regret doing that.
Well,
sorry about that.
I think we're hearing some Geralds around here too. So.
Epic. I will be holding short.
Yep.
1 2 right.
Hi, Gerald.
Gerald stood up. All right, let's go and grab our Sun Country 737 Boeing converted freighter that just came in here.
Trooper 8, say that again.
So the wind today making our landings quite interesting. We've already had a couple of bouncy landings. We'll see if our prime air is going to be a little bit on the bouncy side coming in.
For 8, roger. And remain north of the 3-1-2 left final approach course, or the upwind, I should say.
Not enough of a bounce to, push the button. I'm sure I'll have my chances.
Jeep 3073, turn right at Whiskey 5 and join Whiskey, contact ground point 9er.
All right, we'll take another look.
3073. Sun Country 285, fly, heading 120, traffic's 4 out, runway 12 right.
Did pretty good with the wind. We'll see if they taxi on Mike as well. That'll be a close taxi for them.
And is this
They
one-
usually, well, close taxi for us that they will usually take, because they got to go to West Cargo.
3073 on whiskey. 3073 minutes contact, see via whiskey. Cross runway 4, Mike, Sierra November, hold short runway.
We got a 757 coming in for our next arrival. It's Delta 2206 from Phoenix Sky Harbor.
And heads up, Alex, I think, are we going to get a Sun Country departure on 12 right?
Oh, yeah,
They're headed to Seattle.
Monitor tower 123.67.
I thought they were going to go off runway 17, but nope, they're going to take 12 right.
Country 3073, amend your routing. Let's turn left on runway 22 and then go 22 Sierra November, hold short runway 17. Okay, left turn on 22 Sierra November, short of 17 to the tree, 3073. Thanks.
That might have been why, Alex, they looked kind of heavy.
Well, they certainly were. And, you know, going all the way up to the Pacific Northwest, you could see why they would need 12 right, and it was pretty apparent there. All right, here's our Delta 757 300 arrival from Phoenix.
3604 Minneapolis, tower traffic show final, runway 12 right, clear land. Country 285 on the 105, heading contact departure, turn left heading 105. Alright, heading 105 and departure 285. Sky West 4094 at Alpha 8 cross, runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey. At 2381 at Mike cross, runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey to 17.
So Prime Air did not taxi on Mike, but let's take another look at this, RJ, because boy, did they float down the runway a fair bit before they planted those mains on the tarmac.
Yeah, they were down right at about the intersection of 422, as in runway 4.
Well, the stopping power of the 757, all variants, is actually quite impressive, as much as their go power is with those Pratt & Whitney PW2000 engines. So for them, oh, nice.
That's a butter landing.
Well done.
Or grease landing, you know.
2206 maps contact via Alpha Delta.
Well, no matter how you classify it, there's a pretty smooth touchdown in the windy conditions around. Sun Country 604 is our next arrival, coming in from Phoenix. Meanwhile, taxiing on Whiskey is American 2381. They're headed to Charlotte.
Total 171 heavy maps gone push cruise, runway 12 right.
What? Oh, wow. 171 heavy. They're going to Seoul. It's with the A350. That was not on my bingo card today.
Have they not left yet?
They have not left yet. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Airbus Ace. I also do want to shout out the $10 super chat. I'm so sorry, my friend. She's going to call it out here. Things are just getting really busy. Says, happy Monday, everyone. This is Airbus Ace. Glad to be watching from my living room. Don't blow away out there. We are hanging on. We will certainly do our best. Thank you so much, buddy. Marcus Ice. I agree. The Midwest is just getting a lot of weird weather these days. Just ask the folks south of us in Iowa, Illinois, Michigan, and not necessarily in the best way either. All right, so here is Sun Country 604.
That's 5112 maps contact via Papa. Turn right, heading 215, contact departure. Sun Country 3073, monitor tower 123.67. 2367,
All right, I think that is where 171 Heavy is at.
Contact ground point, Niner.
All right, we'll take a look at our replay here.
Sun Country 3073, Minneapolis.
They're kind of leaning a little bit when they
Runway 17, traffic holds in position. And
are
then
about to touch down there. Good correction.
3604 Maps contact CVO Whiskey Charlie 2. Whiskey Charlie 2, Sun Country.
Oh, no. Oh, good grief. Okay, I knew something else was coming because you were pushing a different button.
There we go. That's the other sound it loaded.
Okay, so 171.
Pretty firm a touchdown, though, but...
so on the opposite side of it, 171
there,
was
yeah.
supposed
Nice
to have left at 135.
Matty says, I love the sound effects that you added. I'll try not to do them too much, although I can't make any guarantees.
4094 Minneapolis.
I think once you start, now you're not going to stop.
Yeah, sorry, everybody. Apologies in advance for starting down that dark road.
Oh no, I think that dark road is endless. So don't stop.
All right, there's our Sun Country arrival. Pensy Plain, so great to see ya. I gotta watch some of your streams out there in the Keystone State. Oh, hold on. Hey, it's the thank you plane. Look at that. 391 Delta November is getting airborne on the North Parallel. The thank you livery is out of here.
Headed to Boston.
Yeah, indeed they are. In fact, John Joseph's name is actually on that airplane.
Runway 17, line up and wait. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I know that there's a story behind
It's
that.
a different one, but they jumped the ship. That's all right.
Oh, nice and smooth. Look at that landing right there from United.
Country 395, turn right, heading 190, contact departure.
We got to show this one, RJ. This is one of the big greasers of the afternoon so far. As United arrives
contact ground point, Niner.
with the Airbus A320 from the Mile High city of Denver.
Wow, you couldn't have stuck it any better than that.
Delta 171 Heavy is off to Seoul with the A350. Now, this is a departure that typically leaves here at around 1:35 p.m. Central Time. It's currently 4:16 p.m. Central. And our A350-900 November 572 Delta Zulu has the assignment on the Minneapolis to Seoul Incheon service direct tonight. So our A350-900, our flight to Seoul gets a notable tag. All the A350s get notables around here. I think it's also appropriate, right? You know, the queen of the fleet always gets some priority in our book.
Now, Alex, isn't Monday the day of the week where we don't get as much activity as far as UPS and FedEx is concerned? We have a queen that's here.
Yes, we do. They're going to probably leave either late tonight after the sun goes down. So it'll be a nocturnal departure or it'll be a sunrise arrival. Oh, hey, check this out. Somebody's got a mismatching nose cone on their way in. This is Sun Country from Fort Lauderdale.
American 2381, contact departure, thanks for help. Country 754, turn right at Whiskey 5, taxi Whiskey Delta to the gate.
And since we're doing a little bit of a later start today, have we had 163 come in from Amsterdam? And the reason why I'm just checking, because 165 today has been canceled.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. So I don't think they came in. Delta Niner has, so I would assume 163 has arrived.
Okay.
So we take another look.
So I'll go back and check.
Yep. So there's our replay of our Fort Lauderdale arrival. Let's see where this biz jet is going. They're going to go to Durango. It's a Gulfstream G150, actually. I think it's the first time I've seen that jet here at MSP. Nice.
Yeah, 163 has arrived.
Heading 155.
Yep, that's what I thought, because Delta 9 arrived shortly after I started setting up today, and I'm like, well, I think that means 163 has already arrived too, and that is the case. So it's easy to say what we don't get, but in this case, I think that this is a fair trade, considering the fact that we'll have an A350 departure that we typically don't get, in addition to 160 heavy past the 4 o'clock hour. So this is actually a nice surprise. Well, it is not to the people on board, because they've probably been waiting for who knows how long.
Runway 17, line up plate.
They've been waiting since about maybe 1 this afternoon. I mean, also the crew, too. They're probably relieved to finally be getting out of here.
Yeah, when you're delayed like this, it's hard to make up all that time. You'll make up maybe a little bit of it, but not all of it.
Well, 75, maps ground, push approved. Push approved, 75. 65, 74, 754 ground, which gate you going to? Hotel 2 Charlie. Okay, I got companies moving one off Hotel 4 here, about to push, but they'll be out of the way.
Hey, Colin Dutton, so great to see you today. It says, hey, guys and girls, good to see you again. Good to see you too, Colin. Travis 3 says, good afternoon from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Good afternoon, Travis. Happy Monday. Raptor Claw, thanks for tuning in today. Great to see you. Happy Monday. So Raptor Claw asks us, when does Discover restart operations at MSP for the 2026 season? That's a good question, because technically we were supposed to have gotten Discover today if they would have arrived or started their service to MSP as initially intended on April 13th is when they were originally planning to start. That date has since been pushed back to May 8th. And at that time, we will be in Los Angeles doing live plane spotting. So Discover will be back in town when we return from Los Angeles. May 4th is when Air France starts its seasonal service to Minneapolis, St. Paul. So last I checked, Air France is going to start their operating season with the 787 Dreamliner assignments. So Air France will start with the 787 Dreamliner. And they, on June 1st, will switch that up to a 777-200ER. And Air France will use the 777, according to what I saw on the flight schedules, through the end of the operating season in 2026, sometime at the end of September. So it is, as of recent, known that Air France indeed is bringing the 777-200 back to regular service at MSP. It's been a little while. I think the last time that we got the 777 assigned for a decent stretch of time with the Air France routes was back in 2024. That was pretty much 2 years ago, RJ, when we were just getting the channel off the ground. Because last year, I think they were pretty consistent with sending us the Dreamliner. I mean, they would send us a few 777s here and there. Captain Mickey Mouse, great to see you today. Sorry if I didn't say hi earlier.
Lima cross, runway 4, 2 West Cargo.
Melissa Morrison says we fly into MSP on Saturday afternoon. How fun! Hope the trip is enjoyable for you. MSP is a great airport to navigate. In fact, in a recent survey, I think it was voted the least stressful airport in the nation.
Airbus A350, caution, wake turbulence, wind 16015, gust 25, runway 12 right, clear 2 left. Runway 12 right, copy the traffic.
And his 171 is getting ready to go out. 170 is on their way in, but they are late today.
Straight into signature.
They have a scheduled arrival here into MSP at 6 p.m. here local time, and they are going to be about 50 minutes late. They are en route.
Around 7 o'clock, all right.
Yeah, just before 7.
5 monitor ground point 9er.
All right, Tulsa 171 Heavy
171 Heavy
is lining up with the South Parallel.
Gust 25, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. 05 heading and clear for takeoff 12 right, Tulsa 171 Heavy.
All right, we heard the word. They are cleared to roll.
Delta 1028 minutes gone, push approved, runway 17.
Dream Spinner 3MN asks, was Denver voted the most stressful? I think it was, I can't remember if it was Denver or Chicago O'Hare. I think that O'Hare got voted the most stressful, and it would make a lot of sense why that could be the case. I know it's certainly on that list. As far as the plane spotting in Chicago goes, I mean, we were absolutely surrounded by a plethora of wide bodies, narrow bodies, everything in between, a lot of regional traffic too. It's the busiest airport in the world by total movements. Busiest by passenger traffic in the world is Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson.
15.25, fly road my heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So speaking of passenger traffic, MSP is number 2 overall in Delta's system, as a matter of fact. In fact, we have more passenger movements than Detroit does. I think Detroit might have a few more aircraft movements in and out, just depending, but when it comes to passenger traffic, MSP is certainly the busier one.
Ground Skywest, 35, 44, taxi, Charlie, 35, 44, Memphis, contact via Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Alpha, Delta, Quebec, Skywest, 35, 44. Delta 1028, we are ready. 1028, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right. Alpha, Charlie, short of 12 right, expect 17, Delta 1028.
Probably hear it in the background, but that was the Metro Transit light rail. I do need to bring this up earlier. It's kind of hard to do that. I don't have an app that can pull up the live chat.
360, turn right, heading 215.
Being right next to our production grid. So, Airbus Ace, my apologies. We got a big super chat coming in here. $10. Thanks so much, Airbus Ace. It's happy Monday, everyone. Glad to be watching from my living room. Don't blow away out there. We're hanging on. We're trying our best.
Roger, give way to the Embraer left to right. Delta then, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Pop across runway 4.
Captain Mickey Mouse says, could you add like a plane engine for sound on the soundboard? Well, we'll take it into consideration. I mean, there's a lot of different stuff on the soundboard that I'm looking at. It's going to be a work in progress. Hey, Robbie, great to see you today. Robbie Bautista says, hello, everyone from rainy Northern California. Hopefully we can send some sunshine your way, Robbie.
The 1028 monitor tower 126.7 see you. 0.67. 1028, Mass Tower at Charlie Cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey Cross, runway 422. Okay, at Charlie, clear to cross, runway 12 right, right turn on Whiskey, clear to cross, runway 4, we'll go to runway 17 Delta.
All right, let's take a look at 801 Sierra Yankee
right at Whiskey 5, taxi, Whiskey Delta.
Coming in from Sun Country. I've flown on this aircraft now a total of 2 times. So there have been 2 instances where I've actually flown on 801 whenever I've flown Sun Country. In fact, the first time I took that aircraft anywhere was to Sarasota. The next instance, I want to say it was Traverse City. That would be Michigan.
So you flew directly from here that
Yes.
particular time?
Wind 16015, gust 25, runway 17.
Raptor Cloud's got an interesting fun fact. Says, did some digging online and found some files back from 1996 of when the Metropolitan Airports Commission wanted to build a new MSP airport. The new airport looked like Denver's current airport. That would be correct. They wanted to build it in Dakota County, and Northwest got wind of it, and they were absolutely not having it.
263, turn left.
They said absolutely not.
Wind 16015, gust 25, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So MSP has been confined to its current footprint after Northwest's sort of shut the proposal down. This is also a better location too, especially if you are commuting to Minneapolis or St. Paul directly. It's in a good location, kind of in between the Twin Cities.
Yeah, if you're if you're driving over the Mendota Bridge, that's just kind of on the other side of the terminal from here, just a little bit to the north and to the east. So from our vantage point, straight out and then to the right. When you're driving over that bridge, especially coming in this direction, you can actually see the skyline of both downtown Minneapolis and St. Paul at the same time.
Car 3817, Amsterdam, push approved, runway 12 left.
And why are we called the Twin Cities? Well, you've got two major metropolitan areas that are very close to one another, but they're in different counties. So Minneapolis is in Hennepin County, St. Paul is in Ramsey. Two of what's called the 7-county metro area.
Then 28 Minneapolis Tower, wind 190.12, gust 25, turn left heading 15, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Marcus Ice says there are a lot of Sun Country arrivals today. Yeah, Sun Country is a little bit busy on Monday. They were really busy on Thursday, I think, too. Captain Mickey Mouse, thanks for the confirmation. Okay, so Discover is still on for May 8th, so that's what we're going to get Discover Airlines at MSP for the rest of the spring and the summer season. So we're excited to have them back for a second rodeo. So they will be flying direct from Frankfurt, Maine to MSP. So they're in place of Lufthansa, actually.
Tower number 2, wind 180.13, gust 25, runway 12 right.
Actually, Frankfurt, Germany.
12 right, clear to land.
You said Frankfurt, Maine. I had to do it. I had to do it.
Teaching you the ways of the soundboard was a bad idea. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I just didn't want our viewers to be confused when you were talking about, what was it, Discover, and then you said Frankfurt, Maine instead of Germany. So.
I think that's the full name of the airport.
Is it really?
Yeah.
In Frankfurt?
From what I've seen.
Oh.
It's Frankfurt, Germany.
Yeah. I know, I heard you say Maine as in the state of Maine and here in the U.S., so. All good.
All right, let's take a look at our Delta arrival that just snuck in.
1028, contact departure.
Boy, I'll tell you, the wind is certainly providing some pretty good demonstration of pilot skill aboard the flight deck today. So a glass smooth touchdown from our arriving 737-900ER just now. So Maine, by the way, RJ, was M-A-I-N, not the state of Maine.
Okay. All right. So that's what you were referring to. All right. Oh, no big deal. I was thinking of the state. My hands are in the pockets. I'm not pushing the button over that one.
761, mass contact.
Hey, Pip Hastings, great to see you today. Happy Monday. It's been a little while. Just another semi-chilly, windy day up here in the upper Midwest. Boy, we have had quite the spring already.
Oh, yeah. I was out here to help you out on Thursday. I was in shorts. Not today, although some are.
Sorry about that.
Just make sure you clear Alpha 5 there for exiting. Fly 9.
say too, maybe some of it's still in me and growling from the loss the Lightning had last night in overtime.
Yeah, I saw that.
They had to pick a really good time to get called for a penalty right at the end of the third period, which then carried over into the beginning of overtime. It didn't last long.
Alpha 2946, the action's going. So the 2946 naps ground, Alpha to your gate.
Oh, okay, all right. So Patrick Lennon doing some digging around into the Frankfurt Airport, because I saw Frankfurt, Maine as one of the listed names. So the full name of Frankfurt, Germany, and thus its airport is Frankfurt am Maine, because it sits on the River Maine.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of rivers over there known for the river
Just a
cruising.
bit of info, yeah. Kind of wonder why it was called that. But that would make a lot of sense, though. I am Noodles says, happy plen. Yes. It's a funny way of spelling plane. No, I've used the same spelling before in group chats. It's kind of fun. So, hey, if you're enjoying today's broadcasts, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. It helps the channel out more than you guys know.
430 at 17, join Papa behind the Embraer on Papa. Sky 3761, the dash 8 from your left will go behind you. Roger.
We need to replay this. That was a smooth touchdown from the 757. Look at that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I bet the people on board this arrival didn't even hardly feel it.
And I'll say it again, we've had some pretty excellent display of flying skills today. Oh, wow.
1208 Golf 19 Alpha to your gate then.
To get a 757 to butter like that, you know what? I think we're going to add that to our highlight package. RJ, what do you think?
Absolutely. That's what I was thinking.
I think it's our landing of the day so far. What do you guys think?
Delta 3. Delta 1208, turn left on Alpha taxi, Alpha Delta, Quebec to Delta 3 then.
And Maine is pronounced like mine, okay. So Frankfurt, mine, okay.
So it can be deceiving versus how it's spelled and how it's pronounced.
3946 now, ground runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4. Hold short to runway 12 right.
Maddie says, very smooth landing, yes. And also some red tails here. Hey, Steve, how's it going today? Big shout out to one of our awesome members, Steve Lundaby, for checking in, throwing up those red tail emojis. So all of the 757-300s you see flying for Delta Airlines were flying for the red tail before the merger, so they were all Northwest Airlines aircraft. That's only the Dash 300 variant, so all 16 Delta 757-300s are still flying. They are my favorite narrow-body aircraft in the Delta fleet by a mile.
Minneapolis Tower, Mike cross runway.
It's a bummer they didn't continue production of this airplane either, as well as even, a newer variant of it.
Make the left turn on Quebec taxi.
Well, Northwest certainly wanted to go back to Boeing and order more of them. But when Northwest tried to go back to Boeing to purchase more, maybe to top it up, or top up the fleet from 16 to 20, Boeing basically told him, sorry, you're SOL, you're straight out of luck because we shut down production.
4330 Mass Ground, Papa 2 gate.
Now, there were also no standing orders for the 757 before Northwest had approached Boeing about making more. And the lack of orders, I'm sure, forced Boeing's hand to cancel production. But the thing I don't understand is why they would just wastefully throw out all of the tooling to make the proprietary parts for that aircraft.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 at 14, got 24, runway 12 right, clear to land.
I mean, now it's easy to look back and say that that was probably not a smart thing to do. But you have to keep in mind, back in 2004 and 2005, there was some uncertainty in the airline industry as far as what aircraft would kind of be the next big thing. And I guess Boeing kind of didn't foresee the need for an aircraft like the 757 in the future. I mean, who knows what was going on in some of those meetings.
So, Alex, I just thought of something. This Embraer that's just gone past us, that's headed down to Indianapolis,
2 miles southbound,
as far as sound effects are concerned, what about something from the movie Jaws? Because it's kind of like, you know, when it makes the turn, and we can't see the airplane, but we can see the tail.
Unfortunately, the music for that would get...
Copyrighted?
Yeah, would get taken down in a heartbeat, so that is automatically rolled out.
Just a thought.
4615, monitor.
Don Rumsey, great to see you today, Don. This is Happy Monday, folks. Happy Monday to you as well.
Yeah, I've learned how that sort of thing can happen, doing this sort of thing, because I was trying to watch the live stream of the air show at Sun and Fun on Saturday, and that happened. And it was because of what was being played during the air show. And people that were broadcasting it ran into some problems, unfortunately.
36, 761, wind 18014, turn left, heading
So that was kind of a bummer.
176, takeoff. Let's take off 17, left turn 150. Southwest 3468, straight taxi, Papa. 3468, 17 taxi, Delta Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4. Delta Sierra, Kilo to runway 17, clear to cross runway 4, Southwest 3468. Southwest 3468 on the end at Kilo, hold short at Kilo 10 for your sequence. So we'll hold short at Kilo 10 at the end, Southwest 3468. Once you're right on my, right on. Push approved, runway 17.
All right, we'll take another look at our Southwest touchdown. Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're sticking the landings today, that's for sure.
Really well. And I think we have a little bit more of a crosswind component here. It's not quite down the pipe for the 1-2s, but as we get another look here at the windsock, yeah, it's a little bit of an angle that the wind is blowing across the field at. Mask on, taxi via Papa, what's the gate? All right, it's CRJ time.
254.5, roger, taxi Papa Delta then. Right on Alpha, Alpha 10, hold short of runway 12 right. Right on Alpha, Alpha 10, hold short of 1 right. So there, 863 with 2,800 visual close. With the 863, Minneapolis Tower, wind 190 at 14, runway 12 right, land.
All right, who do we got coming in here, RJ?
Well, let's see who that is.
We got a 321 Neo.
Contact departure.
Coming in from Phoenix, Delta 1047. About to touch down on 12 right.
34 feet. Your tower 123.67 for that sequence. Good day. 23, that's good day. Minneapolis Tower, wind 190 at 13, runway 12 right for the land.
There's another solid landing here, too. So question for our live chat, have we got the opportunity to fly of the A321neo yet? I certainly have, but not with Delta, though. I flew on a 321neo only one time, and that was with American Airlines. It's from Vegas to Phoenix.
Hold short of whiskey.
Is that a whirlybird?
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
Oh, I know where they're at.
Yeah, they're passing right over
look at
the
this.
airfield. They're literally going right down runway 422 according to Flight Radar.
1047.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them, guys.
You're right there, the bus. They're going to be leaving
there they
box
are.
2, let them go ahead of you. Give way to the traffic ahead, Delta 1047. Delta 1471, runway 17, left turn taxi via Bravo. Cross runway 4, Mike, hold short of runway 12 right. Bravo, cross 4, Mike, short 12 right, Delta 1471.
Took me a second to find it. I'm trying to look at
Runway
incredibly
12
small
left
screens
taxi
with an
via
object that is tis but a few
Delta,
pixels on
hold
my
short of
monitor.
runway 12 right.
Yeah, and my sky cards will not let me select it.
Thanks. They're going to be using Bravo, so just behind them, you can taxi and have a good day. Right behind them in box 10, thanks, you too.
Oh, there it is.
For altitude, your discretion, you can continue out of the Fox Bravo airspace to the northeast, same call, frequency change approved, have a good day. Okay, switching to the same call, thanks, flight link 4 out of 3000. Jet 863, turn
Nick
right,
asks,
left
what's
turn
the
on
longest
Whiskey.
nonstop flight out of
And,
MSP? That would be a Delta 170 from Seoul to here, and also 171 heavy from MSP to Seoul. I think that flight is around 11 to 12
So
hours,
runway 12 right.
if memory serves, of total flying time.
Take off. 4615, you'll be behind Southwest. John Bravo, Mike, hold short of runway 12 right. Southwest Bravo, Mike, short 12 right, Delta 1471. 2 right, clear the line. 12 right, cleared land, Delta 2770. Monitor tower 126.7. 267 on 1471.
Nick, you're welcome.
8302, monitor tower 126.7.
I like answering questions.
Whiskey, taxi, Whiskey Delta, hold short of runway 12 right. Got 3681, maps done, push approved, runway 17. Push approved, runway 17, we got 3685. The 1471 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, right turn on Whiskey. Cross 12 right, Mike, right turn on Whiskey, Delta 1471. Delta maintenance 8302 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right. Continue Charlie, and then contact ground, I'll point out on the other side.
So that A220 is the culprit of that whale sound?
I know we've talked about it. That's a questionable sound effect that you could add because of copyright issues, right?
Well, yes, but no. I think Because it's also been used in video games and a bunch of other stuff too. I think that
they'll be turning on to Bravo.
that it would be okay.
Delta maintenance 8302, continue straight ahead, Charlie, turn right on Bravo, short of the tunnel.
Yeah, this is a little bit... I don't know what's the word for it. Last time I was in a Lego store, just curious to see what they had for Star Wars sets, and learned that the pricing for a Lego set can be based on the number of pieces per set, 10 to 12 cents per piece, as well as, in the case of Star Wars, that sort of thing with the pricing.
All right, so we got a diversion alert here. SkyWest 5542 is diverting.
1576 Mats ground, push approved. It'll be runway 17. Delta 1476, push approved 17.
Oh, I think they kind of floated there for a little bit.
2074, monitor tower 126.7. Monitor 126.7. 4615, contact departure.
So is the SkyWest an arrival?
So it was en route from Chicago O'Hare to Fargo, and they are on the descent right now. So we're gonna keep our eyes open for a potential alert 2 if this is an aircraft emergency. Again, we don't know the nature of the diversion.
150, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Right, let's take another look at our...
Taxiing around the tunnel, rejoining Bravo behind them. Taxi via Alpha, what's the gate?
There we go, now my button's working. Let's take another look at our
then taxi via Alpha,
Delta A321 that came in.
Alpha, Delta, short of Charlie 5, up 27.
I knew that was coming. The finger was on. The finger was ready.
Yep.
On the keyboard. That was not me.
There you go, having some fun with our landing stage. A little pop and then gentle plant.
American 2379, turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9. Left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, ground point 9. Delta 2074, Minneapolis Tower, traffic is full out at Mike, cross runway 12, right turn on Whiskey. Park in the 170 ice pad, we got about 15 minutes.
So not sure what's going on with SkyWest 5542, so they're headed north.
Runway 17 taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Whereabouts are they? Do we know? Because I'm trying to find them.
So they are currently at 21,700 feet.
On leave now. You can taxi the gate behind them. Have a good day.
So I wonder if they're trying to more gradually descend, so they need a little extra mileage to do so.
American 2379 mass ground taxi Alpha Delta.
So we do indeed have a diversion alert. It's for a CRJ 200LR operated by SkyWest for United Express en route from O'Hare to Fargo. So they are currently descending to flight level, or past flight level 210, that's 21,000 feet.
Got 3681, runway 17 taxi via Charlie 6, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
So if we get any details, we'll try and fill you in.
Mike short of 12 right. Just cross runway 4, the traffic ahead and to your left, the Airbus is waiting to get into the alley.
So Monday's always interesting at MSP Airport, no matter what is going in, or coming in or going out. So we hope everything's okay on board that flight. That's, I guess, our biggest concern.
So, Alex, I got a question for you from one of our viewers. Nick Kerr 9000 is asking, do planes mostly take off to the west due to westerly winds, or is it seasonal, like taking off north in the winter due to northerly cold winds? I think he might be specific to being here at MSP.
Taxi be a pop to the gate.
So let me go ahead and pull up the question here real quick as we take a look at Delta coming in.
413, 10 left at Alpha 4, contact Alpha 9.
So the west is used to help manage traffic congestion if they're able to go into what's called a mixed flow.
413, may have contact Alpha Delta in Quebec. Alpha Delta, Quebec.
Now, if the 30s are active and the winds are going the other way and they're blowing with probably about the same intensity as they are today, we'd be in a north flow with no use of the west runway.
126.7.
2670 United, 2272, good day.
Okay, 3681, monitor tower 126.7.
667, good day, we're cutting 81.
Number 5041, mass ground runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right. Delta 3057, if there's room on the other side of them, you can taxi around your company there at your nose. It's hard to tell from here, Delta 3057. Hold there then. Hold there. Sky West 4169, you ready? 4169, runway 17, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right. Denver 5041 short of Papa 3.
I Am Noodles asks, do Boeing 767s ever land here? They actually do, and FedEx regularly flies the 767-300 freighter into MSP on Tuesday through Thursday. I think they also do Friday as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's FedEx 798 Heavy. So MSP has a little siesta from cargo stuff on Mondays in the late afternoon and early evening. Oh my word. Ooh. So I have to...
1976, monitor tower 126.7.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna get to the shout out here in just a second. So we'll let United.
Right turn on with traffic 2.5 hours.
We'll let United carry on here. We got to bring up this super chat. This is significant. If you had wings, you did not need to do this. I don't know how to thank you. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is. We got a big one coming in here, everybody. We have a $100 super chat. Oh my word. So it's so great to see it today, buddy. If You Had Wings says, Alex, I am missing Minnesota today for my house in Florida. Can always count on MSP Live for a welcoming dose, or for a welcome dose of my home airport when I need it. There's a treat to help with the LAX trip. Go splurge at In-N-Out with you and your team. Thank you so much. If You Had Wings, you are amazing. Thank you so much. That is certain. That is actually going to go a long way.
Okay, 4169, monitor tower 126.7.
Thank you so much. If You Had Wings, thank you. I just wanted to be on camera to say that, and we've enjoyed you tuning in and watching the planes with us, and looking forward to a great evening. And well, hey, welcome to the broadcast booth. If you're just tuning in, I'm Alex. It's RJ, and well, that's right. LAX is coming up here in pretty short order. I think it's maybe less than 2 weeks away, and you know, I was at my bank today. I had to take care of some personal things. And part of it was just getting ready for the trip. I had to let him know that I'm going to be out of town for a few days.
Yep, that's one of those things that you can sometimes do so that people know that if you're somewhere else and you're using your card, that it's not questionable.
Yeah.
And, wow.
Yeah, there's some other stuff, too, that, of course, I can't share on.
Oh, no, that's just an example.
Yeah. I mean, it's all good. It's just, you know, sometimes there are things to be worked out with banking, especially with the system migration that took place with my bank recently. It caused some stuff to happen. It's all fixed. It's all good.
Yeah, and you never, you know, and that trip's getting here faster than you think. I mean, time flies when you're having fun. And I mean, heck, you know, today's already the 20th of April. Before you know it, it's going to be May 1st.
Isn't that nuts? I mean, it's already going to be May here in a couple of weeks. Actually, maybe a week.
It seems like
that's just crazy.
Is this a 30 or 31 day month? One day sooner, one day later.
Yeah, in a couple weeks, yeah, it's going to be great. We're going to go out to Los Angeles, bring you A380, 747s. If it flies, it probably goes to LAX.
Endeavor 5041, monitor tower 126.7.
So everyone, if we can thank If You Had Wings, please, in the live chat for the incredible support of the channel. I mean, that's one of the biggest supers I think that we'd ever received. So I certainly enjoy bringing it to you. If You Had Wings, all of our live shows. We'll be back on Wednesday. The heat will be on. It'll be around 80 degrees on Wednesday. It's also going to be quite gusty, I think, on Wednesday in addition to today.
Sun Country 8651. Sun Country 8651, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4. Delta Kilo, cross runway 4. 621.
Alright, so we gotta take another look at this landing here because despite the fact that this airframe, the E175, was getting nudged around quite a bit with the strong headwinds, it was a smooth touchdown. Look at that. Nice and smooth. Perfect.
81, contact departure. 5041, Minneapolis Tower, Mike Stockton, 12 right turn on with you.
Add that to a growing list of outstanding touchdowns today. So my compliments to the chef.
1470.
I think is how the saying goes. Hey Fisher, great to see you today. Says hello from Waterville, Minnesota.
Delta, Quebec.
Hope y'all are having a great time here at MSP. It's great here in Waterville. Well, that's good to hear. Great intro, Alex. Well, hey, you're welcome. So that's one of two projects that I was working on throughout the weekend. And that's why I hadn't played the intro in a little while, because I was trying to figure out kind of how I wanted to change it up a little bit for you guys, and I guess in my back shop projects.
4169, contact departure.
Trying to find the right way to describe it, but anyway, just in the back shop, I ended up going to work and creating a new broadcast open for you guys. Kind of really wanted to capture the ESPN vibe a lot. And, you know, I was in the mood, you know, watching a bunch of sportscasts, and we got the NHL playoffs coming up. Actually, they're already here. I'm excited. Minnesota Wild won big on the road in Dallas in Game 1.
Oh, did they ever?
They put away the Stars rather quick.
They play Game 2 tonight.
Imagine that, if the Minnesota Wild can come back to St. Paul for games 3 and 4 and have a 2-0 series lead over division rival Dallas.
2483, could just get rid of that obstruction, Embraer on Delta.
It certainly put everybody in the Western Conference bracket on notice.
Push to the roof. That 3981 at Delta 73 waits for you at Charlie 5. Thanks. 1476, contact departure.
So Fisher, it would be game 2 of the playoff series between the Dallas Stars and the Minnesota Wild, not the Stanley Cup. We have to wait till much later in the year for that. Much later in the year.
So, Alex, I'll help them out with this. So when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs in the NHL,
Delta to the Humphrey
there are 16 teams that make... Okay, I'm not touching the button. There's 16 teams that make the Stanley Cup playoffs out of the 32 teams that are in the league, and it's 8 teams per conference.
Yes.
And each round of the playoffs is a best of 7, so you only play games as necessary. So the Stanley Cup playoffs for the NHL for this season just started on Saturday. There's one series that hasn't started up yet, and that will happen tonight between Anaheim and Edmonton. The rest of the games that are on tonight will be Game 2. So say, for example, if the team that lost Game 1 wins Game 2, the series is then tied at 1 game apiece, and then they have to play at least 5 games. If the series becomes tied at 2, then they have to play 6, and so on. So they will play until a team wins 4 games. There's a team, based on how they ended the season in their division, will have home ice advantage. That doesn't necessarily, give a team an advantage. So they will have home ice for games 1 and 2 and games 5 and 7 if necessary. And then as each round of the playoffs is completed, they will start over with the second and third round conference final and then Stanley Cup final. The playoffs will go into June.
Number 5041, turn left heading 130, runway 17, number takeoff. Country 8651, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, on a away. Put up across runway 4, southwest 26. Delta 600, affirmative, that's here, cross runway 4. That's here, cross 4. 74695 in the upscan, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short to runway 12 right. 2074, turn right heading 215, contact departure. That's 42 Department upscan, that traffic in should be going at 14, so why don't you just join Papa, and then once you're past 14, join activity. I think they're pulling at 14, so once you pass a little bit and then come back into the gate.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival on the South Parallel runway here. Another pretty smooth touchdown there, RJ.
Yeah, I'd say most of them have been today. Only a few sporadic ones have bounced just a little bit.
Okay, so I have some information regarding our inbound diversion, which I have not lost track of our inbound diversion. So it is a SkyWest CRJ 200LR that was en route from Chicago O'Hare to Fargo and is diverting. They are under 5,000 feet right now.
Once that 737 goes behind you, push approved.
We will see
Push approved after the 737.
which runway they are vectored into. So they had to go all the way up north, and I think this may be an alert 2, guys. Yep, I think it's an alert 2. Yep, it's an alert 2. So our inbound diversion is an alert 2, and we know that because the trucks are on the roll right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
And they're lining up for the south parallel, so I think our inbound CRJ that is diverting.
2696 Minneapolis Tower, 18011.21, runway 12 right.
Oh yeah, I got them on my flight radar.
Okay, yeah, because I think they're being vectored in on the south parallel here. So diversion alert. You have
Roger.
inbound alert 2. The trucks are on the roll.
Deputy 20 Minneapolis contact, you pop up to the gate. Well, 55 Minneapolis, wait for the United to taxi out and then push for runway 12 left. Taxi's out, we're clear to push, 12 left, lost 565. Triple Tug 4 Heavy, you ready to go? So front me proceed via Alpha Delta to the gate. Alpha Delta, Triple Tug 4 Heavy. 2877, visual 12 right. So 2877 Minneapolis Tower 17015, that's 24, runway 12 right for the land. Land 12 right.
All right. So looking ahead a little bit, Alex, I think they might be about number 3 for arrival. I think there's going to be a couple that they're going to bring in ahead of them.
Whiskey and Delta while monitoring the plane. Southwest 2600 Minneapolis Tower, wind 17016, that's 24, turn left, heading 10, runway 17, take a takeoff. Cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right. Clear 4695, monitor the tower, 126.
Yep, so we got one standing by next to the new fire station. So this is airport fire station number 2.
So our next arrival, Alex, is Delta 2696 from Tampa. And then I think the one that I can see now out in the distance is my flight coming back in from Denver. And then I think our diversion is going to be after them.
Minneapolis, say the call sign again? C5 calling. C5, go ahead. I'll be in charge of the inbound emergency on 12 right. All units are in location.
Yeah, that's the way it's looking. So.
C5, roger. Number 4695 Minneapolis Tower at Mike Cross, runway 12 right, right turn on Whiskey. Mike Cross, 12 right, right. So 5542 Minneapolis Tower, wind 18016, that's 24, runway 12 right to the right. Southwest 2600, contact departure.
All right, so Delta 2877 from Denver will be in ahead of our emergency. An alert 2 has been placed. The trucks are in position, anticipating the arrival of SkyWest 5542.
Do you think you'll need to talk to the emergency vehicles once you're on the ground? Roger.
And just as a heads up, Alex, I see them out in the distance, so they know.
Yep.
So after our Denver arrival comes in, they will be next.
Total 127 is contact, DV Papa, Charlie Bravo. 5 Minneapolis Tower to be the next arrival. You guys copy, next arrival, thanks. Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 out of Mike, caution, 12 right, right turn on Whiskey. Sorry, 12 right, then right on.
So according to the air traffic control transcript that our assistant producer Michael Larson just did some digging on, sounds like they're having a fuel imbalance or a sensor miscompare issue. So that will certainly do them in. I mean, even if it's just an electronic issue, they cannot be taking any chances, so they need to get down safely as soon as they can. Well, welcome to another Manic Monday at MSP. Certainly some drama that's developed within the last half hour. I'm sure for the folks on board.
Always better to be safe than sorry.
100%. All right, here's our inbound diversion. All right, let's watch and listen here.
Go 35, 17 minutes, contact the Quebec to the gate. You can proceed on to runway 12 right. 2696 short of Quebec. 12 right, close. Do you want us to have the equipment come to you, or do you want them to follow you to the gate? No, we don't know which gate we're going to yet. So 3542, roger. If you can't make the left turn there at Alpha 7 and Alpha, you can contact ground on 121.9er. Alpha 7, Alpha, and so just to confirm, you would like them to follow you to the gate, or you want to secure the equipment now? We'll just get to the gate. Take your follow us. Roger that. Roger. Endeavor 3695, contact departure. Ground Tower, 6542, Minneapolis sound, do you know what gate? We don't know about the gate, 5542, roger, start the taxi via Alpha Delta short of Quebec. Alpha Delta short of Quebec. 19, Minneapolis Tower, cross runway 12 right, after T7.
All right, so they have safely landed, and they are, I think they're going to taxi to a gate here.
And Grand Alaska 555 with Quebec, right taxi. Alaska 555, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. 12 left via Papa, cross runway 4, Alaska 555.
So SkyWest 5542 in the air for just over 90 minutes before safely touching down after declaring an emergency. And great to see that everything happened without incident. Of course, this aircraft is going to be under much scrutiny in the upcoming 24 hours.
2129 Minneapolis Tower 117014, that's 24, runway 12 right.
All right, let's take another look at the emergency arrival on runway 12 right.
Ground Tower 5542, we're going to
Pretty smooth and solid landing from the flight crew.
Delta 54, 55 Minneapolis, down your push for runway 17.
Well, you know, Alex, of course, pilots, they pretty much train for everything, so it's nothing that they probably have never trained for in a simulator.
658, contact departure. Departure 658.
So it looks like one of the trucks is going to follow them in here.
Delta 2647.
We'll see where they end up.
Contact via Papa Charlie Bravo.
So United, they typically have gates at Concourse E.
19 Minneapolis Tower at Delta, cross 12 right.
And of course, they'll be working on, you know, taking care of everybody on board to make sure that they get to their destination.
Yeah, so they're going to go into the alley here, I think is the space where they were able to get a gate. So you can see a couple of Oshkosh Stryker trucks. It's the model of fire engine that is most commonly seen here. Those are really amazing fire trucks, the technology and the safety that's built into them. They're also really cool-looking vehicles as well.
Can you just join Quebec and then in when able? There's traffic trying to use pop-up behind you.
So hopefully they're able to get everything sorted out. I'll tell you what, how's that for... How's that for an arrival?
Well, it's always something.
5488, Minneapolis Tower, 18011, that's 22, runway 12 right for the land.
Well, to everybody on board, welcome to Minneapolis. Fantastic you were able to make it down nice and safe. Had a pretty smooth landing in here. Welcome to Minnie, as some folks around here refer to Minneapolis as. Meanwhile, here's Delta 2129 coming in from Miami, Florida with the 737-900ER.
Turn left Alpha 4, contact ground Alpha 9.
Left turn Alpha 4, ground for Delta 2129.
So 2029 Minneapolis contact via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
Alpha Delta, Quebec Delta 21.
Hey, Luke, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Yes, I did see your message. Just trying to make sure that we capture the diversion and the events that correspond afterward in its entirety. Luke, thanks so much for sending the $10 super chat our way. Great to see you today, buddy. Happy Monday. Says, great. After they get a new plane for this flight, I'm going to be waiting on it. Yeah, I know, because I think that you work in airport ops, right?
12 right, clear to land, 235.
So I think they were going to be in your care, or supposed to be, if not for the situation.
So 20 and 29, just give way to that Airbus.
Avery 19 SWA, good to see you today.
Airbus, Delta 29.
So Micah, checking into the situation with their safely arrived but diverted CRJ 200LR. Says that, and was responding to one of our awesome viewers, I Am Noodles, saying it could be one of the two or both, depending on if it's the sensor malfunctioning or if the sensor is correct. Then indeed it is an uneven fuel flow and consumption issue, and that is never a good thing. If the fuel flow is not where it needs to be. So the reason we believe that it is here, given the indication from what we heard on frequency, as Micah was doing some digging around, we think that it's a fuel imbalance and sensor miscompare that impacts fuel flow. And if you have a fuel flow issue with the electronics or the avionics that control those systems, that's a very serious situation.
Yeah, and Alex, I was looking at their flight path, and this is a situation where obviously they picked up on it before they reached this area during their flight to Fargo, because their route took them up and kind of circled the area here around us at MSP. Then they headed up just a little north of us to continue their descent, and then circled back around in and came in for their landing.
This tower, change instructions, turn right on Alpha, cross runway 4, and then Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right.
Avery 19 SWA says, hi everyone. Good to see you today, Avery. Happy Monday.
Right at Alpha 8, Blue Streak 5455. Blue Streak 5455 on Alpha, you can cross runway 4. Alright, on Alpha, cross runway 4, Blue Streak 5455.
Okay, so Colecraft says a fuel imbalance alarm per the pager. Somebody giving us a little bit of information on the inside. So yeah, that would certainly do you in. I am Noodles 191 says, gotta get ready for baseball practice soon. Hey, have fun with that. That's where I'm gonna go. All right.
Question 385, uniform turn right at Whiskey 7, left on Whiskey to signature. And you can monitor.
Sarah, thanks so much for checking back in. Says, hello all. Wanted to follow up after the pilot was on the stream recently. I asked, this is Captain Paul. So I asked about the training cards, if it was annoying to the pilots. Well, I got the 737-900 card. Delta 2304 was smooth. Amazing. That's awesome. You were able to get a Delta training card. How fun.
The collection has started.
And the addiction.
Yeah, you know, I was just going to say that. And Alex, got to starting to think about our international heavy departures and wondered about 160. They're still here. They have a scheduled 350 departure. They don't push tonight until 9:05 p.m.
Whoa.
Right turn on Whiskey. Alright, at Alpha 8, cross 12 right, on Alpha 8, and right on Whiskey, Blue Streak 5455. Lima 585, Papa Lima, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross 12 right, left turn on Whiskey to signature, monitor point center as you go on the side. Cross 12 right at Charlie, left turn Whiskey, left turn Whiskey, and monitor ground on the other side, right side Papa Lima. Tower 7390 with the end of visual 12 right. Over 2262, turn left at Alpha 5.
And that 75 arrival has just come in from Las Vegas, Delta 2262.
Well, we love our 757s, and we are certainly blessed to be at an airport or based at an airport that sees a lot of frequent 757 operations with the stretched 300 variant and also the ever popular Dash 200 variant. This is actually a really cool image because we have two different models of Oshkosh Striker trucks in frame. The one on the right is the 2x4, the standard fire engine. The 4x4 is on the left. These are some of the coolest vehicles in public safety, in my opinion. I mean, these things are awesome. Metropolitan Airports Commission has some really nice toys that it can use at its disposal to respond to emergencies. So they're kind of at the forefront of capability.
District 5455, turn left heading 130, runway 17, clear to take off. Clear for takeoff 17, Blue Streak 5455. Blue Streak 5455, turn left heading 130. Left turn heading 130, clear for takeoff, runway 17, Blue Streak 5455.
So an inside source of ours has confirmed a fuel imbalance was the reason for the diversion.
Charlie 24, you can taxi around them when you get there. 1 at Delta, crossing way 12 right. Track 6 plus 1 crossing 1 right at Delta.
All right, check that out. We got a 2-for-1 with fire engines, RJ.
We're playing follow the leader.
Look at that, we were doing some fire engine spotting here. And this is a really cool view because you got the 2 different models of Oshkosh fire engines that Mac uses in the same frame. It's really cool.
2329,
the 4x4 I think is the coolest. I really like this one.
1013, got 20, 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right, Southwest 2329.
It's interesting how there's the way the wheels are on that one versus the one that was in the front. Between the, that'd be one way to tell those two apart. When you said 4x4, it's just like 4x4, what? And then I looked at the front of the one that was kind of following the first one. It's like, oh yeah, look at the front wheels.
Turn right at Whiskey 5 and join Whiskey, contact on point 9.
Steve says, I love those trucks. Wish I had one.
Whiskey 5455 on that 130.
I love those trucks too, Steve, but I don't really want one because where would I put it? I wouldn't have a space to park it at my place of residence.
2329.
That or the money. Those things are expensive.
Let's go on the final cell, 2329. Down taxi via Whiskey Delta to the gate. Whiskey Delta.
Okay, so the Striker has the snozzle on the top. Okay.
Snozzle?
Yep.
3781. Quick minimal time on the runway. Down taxi to the gate.
Got a Sun Country 737 in the simplified titles livery. Circa 2017, it was more of an interim livery until the current iteration of Sun Country's brand image was unveiled, aka the Tide Pod.
390, make the left turn on Charlie now for the gate. It'll be Charlie, Charlie 2. Look at 390, make the left turn on Charlie, Charlie 2 to the gate.
Roger, say Charlie, Charlie 2 for 390.
Well, if you already made the turn, it's fine. Either way, I'll put you on the Charlie at Tango if you need to.
Yeah, it's still too late, sorry.
Sucker 390, Tango, Charlie, Charlie 1 to the gate.
Tango,
All right. Hey, Luke, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. So, Aviation LAA says, so I actually work in parking, but since I'm the nighttime cashier for... whoa! That's a bounce.
Oh.
Yep.
I was reading the chat, so I didn't see it. So the point was a little delayed.
Sorry, Luke. I paused in reading your super chat because, like, okay, what's going on here? There you go. Success.
3781, came from there, 121.9. 121.9, have yourself a nice day.
All right, let's bring up that super chat.
Envoy 3781, clear over 12 right on Alpha, going to Echo 14.
All right, thanks so much, Luke, for the $10 super chat.
Alpha Delta,
Whoops, hold on.
3781, thank you, sir.
This is it. Okay. So I actually work in parking, but since I'm the nighttime cashier in the closer, any delays I get stuck for. Oh, okay.
43, Echo 15, information, K back ready.
Very fun. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I know it's not a very appreciated position. It's kind of a thankless job, but we salute you, Luke. It's those kind of people that we count on to make stuff move, so we appreciate what you do. So Micah providing a little bit of insight into what makes an Oshkosh fire engine a striker model. This is the high-reach extendable turret, which is a sharp implement that can pierce fuselages to spray water inside the cabin. That is very interesting.
Interesting.
Wow. Avery also getting a kick out of our button. We've had a lot of bounces today, a lot of smooth landings, but not a whole lot of spine tinglers.
Oh, jeez. You're going to put us on with that, too?
Crunch.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry, everybody.
It's like, no, I don't eat rocks.
No, well, neither do I.
Sound.
It's one of my favorite cartoon sounds in the cartoon sound effect library.
How about the whirlwind sound for Taz?
Oh, that's good too.
Taz is my favorite cartoon character.
Turn left at Alpha 5 or Alpha 4, contact out Alpha Center.
Delta 2062, will be Alpha 5, will contact south. See ya.
See ya.
Ground, good evening, Delta 2062.
A little bit of a firm landing there from our 320.
Oh, I didn't touch that one.
The Alpha Charlie Quebec.
Alpha Charlie Quebec, Delta 2062.
Up to 673 Minneapolis, Tower 16015.
So Hunter VR thinks that... Oh, sorry. That's the right one. Okay. Hunter says, just got to the stream. What happened? So we just had a alert 2 for an inbound diversion, a CRJ 200 LR. It's en route from Chicago here to the Dakotas. And they had to divert to MSP because of an issue with the fuel flow systems, I think, or at least an indicator.
Minneapolis Tower 16014, runway 12 left to the lane.
Oh, nice.
2982.
How about a sound for when they butter the landing or grease the landing? Of course, you know,
I'll work on it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, then we could be pushing that one almost all the time. I still like my sound for Taz, though.
978, turn left at Alpha 5, join Alpha, contact Alpha 9er.
Alpha 49er.
All right, let's take another look at our E175 touchdown. Kind of the tail end of the touchdown, but looking really good.
Minneapolis contact via Alpha Charlie Quebec.
Thank goodness things got a little bit more tranquil.
Envoy 4043 ready for taxi. Envoy 4043, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6, cross runway 4, join Mike, hold short over runway 128. Okay, taxi runway 17, Charlie 6, cross runway 4, join taxiway Mike, hold short of runway 12 right, Envoy 4043.
All right, it's time to catch our next inbound arrival.
Sunny 3 Minneapolis, your push approved.
Approve, Sun 3.
Sun Country 3035, Minneapolis, push approved, flying runway 17. Push approved 17. Got 3978, give way to the American Embraer at Charlie 6. We'll give way to the American Embraer, got 3978.
Another smooth landing from Delta once again. So with the A321, it's Delta 673 from Fort Lauderdale.
At least I got that button right.
Well done, yeah. Hey, we got a flight announcement, everybody.
Yeah,
That's what that means.
Yeah, I'm almost afraid to touch these buttons because you may have set it up for a different sound than I'm used to. So I just thought I would put an update out there for 170 because they are running late today. And they are due in an hour and 5 minutes. Normally they would be in around this time. Because I think what they're scheduled in around 6 o'clock, you know, time frame. But
ooh, that's going to be pretty close to golden hour, RJ. So they're going to be arriving when the lighting is just about darn near perfect.
Yeah, they've been in the air
spotting,
so
yeah.
far for 10 hours and 25 minutes with about another hour and 5 minutes yet to go. And then, of course, I know I mentioned that 160 is really running late today, and I was on see what 162 looks like too. I just hadn't gotten around to that.
All right, let's find out who this is. Who is that Embraer?
Oh, that tail.
It's Envoy 4043. It's headed to Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. So our next arrival on the South Parallel, we got Delta coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth. So they are inbound from the Metroplex.
All right, at the moment, Alex, 162 is still on schedule. And they have a 7:50 p.m. scheduled departure.
Looks like the wind is kind of tapered off a little bit here, too. That's actually quite nice. Means our landings are going to be made a little bit easier here.
Country 104, visual, 1 right.
Sun Country 104, Minneapolis, tower wind 170 at 11, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Sun Country 104.
130,
Turn left 130, runway 17 clear for takeoff, envoy 4043.
So in the process, I was kind of just looking in because I was just thinking of Shamrock. But,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
yes, but I'm still kind of looking to see where they're at. But in the process, I found Icy. They're doing in
Oh, wonderful.
22
Nice.
minutes.
Here's another replay look at our arriving Airbus A319, which our friend Captain Paul Hansen calls the dump truck. So that aircraft is signed Delta 2977 from the Metroplex. It'd be DFW. All right, Avery. Thanks so much for tuning in today. This is okay, everyone. It's time for me to take a break. See y'all in the next one. See you, Avery. Thanks for tuning in today. Michael Thomas. How are you doing today, Michael? Happy Monday. Great to see you. Michael says hello from Rochester, Minnesota. We got hammered here Friday. 28 tornado warnings. Big hail at my house. Golf ball-sized hail. Ay, ay, ay. Hope the damage wasn't too bad. Yeah, there was a confirmed tornado that rolled through the Rochester area, and it was a pretty defined stovepipe tornado, too. So hope that everyone is doing okay.
2392, Minneapolis, tower wind 160 at 12, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right.
Yeah, Alex, the report that I got from someone that I know that's down in that area, it was a touchdown in a more rural area. You know, it wasn't out in an area where there was anything of any significance. You know, maybe out in some fields. Because I know, yeah, there was one that showed up on traffic cameras that was shared down, I think, kind of in the vicinity of the airport down there. So, Alex, is there a reason why I'm not finding anything for Shamrock?
Well, I'll take a look on flight radar to see if I can see anything, but that would certainly be unusual if we didn't get Shamrock today.
160 at 12, runway 12 left, clear to land. Contact via Papa, Charlie 5.
Yeah, unless I'm missing it, I'm not finding it. Because I'm trying to find him as an arrival.
Country 104, turn right at Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta to your gate, monitor point hunter.
Turn Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta, gate, monitor point hunter, 104.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival. Sun Country 104 from Las Vegas. Kind of a firm landing there from our Sun Country arrival.
Visual 12 right.
1343, Bass, the winds are 160 to 13, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Land 12 right,
Sun Country 3035, Master, turn left, heading 120, 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, our next arrival is coming in from Jacksonville, Florida. It's next, Northwest Red Tail, Airbus A320.
So, Alex, I was looking for a departure for Shamrock, and I'm not finding a departure either.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, just as an FYI.
Pretty good touchdown from the A320. And again, that's our inbound arrival from Jacksonville. Our next arrival is from Fort Myers.
Country 3035, contact.
And it's also a 757 as well. Delta 1343 will be our next customer on the South Parallel. November 5901, November Whiskey is the registration on our 757 that's inbound. So if you're enjoying today's broadcasts, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. It helps the channel out. We always appreciate the feedback as well, too. So if you have not heard, MSP Airport Live is going to be on the road in Los Angeles from May 6th through the 8th. So we get into LA on Revenge of the 5th for all you Star Wars fans out there, May 5th. And then we return back to Minneapolis on May 9th. All right, here's our 757-300 coming in from Fort Myers.
I believe it is. Taxi pop-up park in the 30 right pad for now. Delta 370, up down your push group, plan runway 12 right.
Request 1 right, Delta 377.
All right, no sound effects on that landing because they stuck it.
Nice and smooth.
1343, turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, where are you parking tonight?
Somebody's a little happy on the horn.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. We've got a family parked behind us with a couple of littles taking in all the action out here. Inadvertently touched the horn. It happens.
Who jumped out of their seat? Yeah, apologies for the jump scare. We had no idea it was coming.
Shell 4056, Minneapolis, on your push group, line runway 17. Push group, 17. American 2379, was it? American 2379, Minneapolis, going to push roof line runway 17.
Jinx the wind, Alex. It's picking up again.
Kind of seems like it. So we're going to try and show more of Terminal 2. If we can, of course. It's not a view that we show very often just because it's more behind us. But yeah, it's quite busy today. We actually have quite a few Sun Country flights that are in and out of MSP. Especially on a Monday, it can kind of be busy for Sun Country. Steve Lundeby's correct. Honk if you like MSP Airport Live. Yeah, honk for the red tail. I agree with that. Michael Thomas. Oh, cool. Nice. Thank you. Already up to, I think, about 200 likes now. Thank you, everybody. Something I don't really call out much at all during the live broadcasts.
Airshow 4056, runway 17, taxi via Quebec.
Always appreciate it.
Runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
So Luke confirming that today is an off day for Shamrock. Okay.
Runway 4, hold short of 12 right, air shuttle 4056.
So looking at the upcoming hour ahead, we are now into 6 o'clock, RJ.
Already.
How about it?
Of course, started a little bit later than
It's all right.
normal.
Yeah, and again, apologies for that. I was going to go live at around, I think, maybe 1 p.m. today, but I had a urgent personal matter that came up that I needed to take care of before getting out here to MSP Airport. DMark54, thanks for the heads up, says my daughter's coming in on Iceland Air 657 from Reykjavik. So we're in perfect position to catch that flight. Thanks for the heads up. We will, it's on our list of notables regardless, but it makes it extra special today. Thanks for letting us know. We'll do our best to keep an eye on it. So we will put RJ on the case.
That's my assignment, huh? Yeah, I'm actually...
American 2379, runway 17.
They are 2 minutes away from
cross
arrival.
Runway 4, join Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
Okay. I was looking up kind of behind us, Alex, and I can see someone way up there, and I was curious to
American
see
2379, runway 17,
who that is.
Let's see where they're
it's
cleared to
a-
land.
It's a
Mike,
UPS
hold short of runway 12 right.
flight from Anchorage to Louisville. It's a 767 freighter. They're up at 35,000. So, but our Iceland Air flight coming in from Reykjavik is 2 minutes out.
377 off Fox 10 that we're ready to taxi.
So 377, runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 4.
So I'm kind of looking for them, trying to figure out what are they going to come in on.
Yeah, the wind now 180 at 15, gusting 23.
So we do have a little bit of
Air
a
shuttle 4056,
thin layer of
monitor,
clouds
126.7.
around us, so it's a little hard to see.
Yep, they're going to go to the south side. They're going to go to 12 right.
All right. I was kind of wondering because they were showing that look
nice.
a little bit. All right, there they are, because maybe where I was standing. I see them. We have a visual.
Yep, so they'll be coming this direction here.
Air Shuttle 4056, answer traffic on a 4-mile funnel at Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
Cross 12 right at Mike, and then right turn Whiskey, Air Shuttle 4056.
So Icelandair 657, that will be due in a couple of minutes. They're on final approach for runway 12 right. They're inbound with a 737 MAX 9 today.
American 2379, give it to a Delta Airbus, that'd be left to right on Bravo. Delta 377, American off the right waits for you. You can go to tower 126.7.
Okay, wait, bus, over to tower 126.7, Delta 377.
American 2379, you can also go to tower 126.7. American 2379, nope, you're just giving way to them, and then you're going to hold short of runway 12 right on Mike.
All right, it's time to welcome in Icelandair 657 from Reykjavik, and we're going to put a notable tag on it. Why not?
American 2379, after attached way Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey. American 2379.
American 2379, I'm out of the tower now 126.7.
So 657 right turn at Whiskey 3, use Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor ground up 19.
All right, IC's here, everybody. Here you go, D-Mark 54.
2379 master at Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
So I want to welcome your daughter to MSP Airport. Welcome to the Twin Cities.
Traffic's crossing downfield, traffic's about a 6-mile funnel, runway 12 right, line up the line.
Line up point 12 right, Delta 377.
2863 master, that winds 180 to 15, got 23, traffic's in position, runway 12 right, clear to land.
So I hope your daughter had a really good trip, D-Mark. Icelandair is a fun airline to spot. Hey, D-Mark 54, you're welcome. Says, woohoo, thanks guys. Anytime.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is she using Reykjavik as a connection spot, or had she been in Reykjavik and was coming back from just there?
377, turn left heading 105 and then 12 right.
I had a friend last summer that used it as a connection.
Delta 377.
That was 4301, Minneapolis Tower. Traffic off the parallel.
So 160 heavy, thanks Luke for the heads up. So Aviation LAA, one of our awesome members, apparently doing some digging around. So 160 heavy is late because apparently 170 heavy's A350 was supposed to be the aircraft that 160 heavy would use.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Okay. So that airplane's not even on the ground. This is 377 to Anchorage.
Push runway 17. Push runway 17, Delta 1026. Alright, 6 down, breaking the lead, certified.
The 377, contact departure, good night.
Departure Delta 377, good night.
That was 4301, turn left heading 105 and then 12 left, perfect takeoff. Delta 914, Minneapolis Tower, wind 180 at 14, gust 22, runway 12 right, clear to land. American 2379, fly runway heading for a 17, quick pickup. Hi, runway heading, runway 17.
Ben Nelson, thanks for tuning in today. This is any updates on the Sun Country Allegiant merger. I think that would be a good question for our moderator on duty and managing producer, Micah Larson. Because he's actually a shareholder for Sun Country Airlines, and so he's privy to the shareholder meetings. I don't know if they have any updates yet on the merger itself. I haven't heard anything yet past what's already been broadcasted or shared with the public.
Well, of late it's been pretty quiet.
We're heading 215, departure shuttle 40.
That was 4301, contact departure. Gust 3791, Minneapolis County, push through, flying runway 17. 1 Minneapolis Tower, wind 180 at 15, gust 22, runway 12 right, clear to land. Minneapolis contact to the Alpha Delta, Quebec.
AO4567X, thanks for tuning in today. Happy Monday. So AO says used Iceland Air to fly to Scandinavia last year. All right.
Alpha, Delta, Papa, ground runway 4. So flying at 63, and then your taxi, make it Alpha, Charlie, Quebec.
So AO also says, I will try to book a wide-body airline next time. That 6-hour leg to Reykjavik is a long haul in a small jet. Can absolutely see how that would be a little bit cramped for that kind of a track.
Heading 215, contact departure.
Of course, there's reasons why people would go that route.
Especially if you're looking to save a few bucks.
Up 914, Minneapolis contact via Alpha, Charlie, Quebec. 93, Minneapolis, your push approved.
Yeah, it's important on a long-haul flight to get up and stretch your legs, especially for sitting back in main cabin. It's harder to do that, and there's less space available if it is a narrow-body jet. The wide bodies also have the better performance, the bigger engines, meaning that they can typically travel faster, and if they're facing a strong headwind across the Atlantic, for example, it's not going to be pushing on them as much as maybe a narrow body. Hey, Daniel Swanson, so great to see you today. 101 Moose fan says hi, everyone. It's one of our awesome mods, by the way, too. So big thank you to our mods in the live chat today.
So, Alex, Mike has got an update in the chat regarding the merge with Sun Country and Allegiant. We'll get this arrival in.
1878, Minneapolis Tower, wind 190, gust 22, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Okay, 12 right, clear to land, Delta 1878.
So 1026, give way to that 737 on Charlie. Give way to the 73 off the left, Delta 10.
3851, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er.
So, Micah, thanks for the update. He reports in that the expectation is to finalize the deal as soon as the end of next month. Hybrid livery that incorporates the legacy of Sun Country is also being considered to replace the existing Allegiant colors. Yeah, I think I had seen that earlier.
Kind of a firm landing there. Watch the front gear.
Contact to the Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
That wasn't me.
Delta 1026, monitor the tower now 126.7. 567, have a great day, Delta 1026. Good day. Clear 5170, Amsterdam runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short over runway 12 right.
We're having fun today. We appreciate everyone tuning in and also putting up with my soundboard shenanigans.
Oh, don't stop.
We're getting your release right now, I'll let you know.
Can't watch a cartoon without him.
Exactly right.
I used to have a collection of the Tasmanian Devil Looney Tune cartoons with all the different sounds, and it's just like, always fun.
4155, roll down to Papa 3,
All right.
right there, join Papa, contact
You know,
ground point 9er.
hey, cartoons aren't cartoons without all the sounds.
There you go, yeah.
And our live stream is becoming, our stream isn't a stream without them.
Yeah, it's nice little seasoning to the on-screen products. Hey everybody, welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex, it's RJ. We're having a great day out here at MSP. So great for you all to join us, and well, it's less than 2 weeks away that we're going to LAX. I know that we keep bringing it up every now and then, but I'm just excited.
Oh, why not?
Really excited. So we're going to be going with our spotting friends, Logan Justice and John Joseph. So John and Logan will be coming with. It'll be really nice to do some spotting out there with them.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys set up and run the stream from out there. So, and my venture is going to be to try to capture video your departure, and even hopefully maybe your return, depending on what I've got going on my end. So, not live, but you know, just to have. You can use,
That's okay. I mean, we
use the
appreciate
video how you want. If I can get it.
Stand by 1.
I know I've started to make some notes with those dates in mind on my end.
We'll certainly keep you in the loop.
4155, taxi past the gate, double back on the Quebec.
So-
We will keep our audience in the loop as well. So if you want to track us in our trek to Los Angeles on the way to and also on the way from LA when we return home on Saturday, May 9th.
1968, runway 17, taxi via Charlie, hold short runway 12 right. Charlie, so what's the right on that one? Delta 1878, Minneapolis, contact to Gulf 9.
Golf time, Delta.
Now, if you guys happen to have a 1-2 right or 3-0 left arrival or departure, you know, I can get you guys coming and going from right here at the viewing area.
Be wonderful.
Now, if it's a 1-7 departure, that's going to be a different can of worms.
That's 268, monitor tower 126.7.
Luke, yes, we have an amazing community of MSP interested AvGeeks on the MSP Airport Spotting Discord for all things MSP. It's been great to know some of you in there as well, and it's a vibrant, growing community. I know that Discord is kind of a new platform for AvGeeks to share all things Twin Cities plane spotting here as of the last year or so. So it's all things MSP, not just channel related. So yeah, check out the link below if you're interested. So we post notable flight alerts in there. I know, Luke, you do a really good job of staying on diversions and a bunch of fun stuff. We have a lot of av geeks that are always keeping an eye out for MSP and are sharing some pretty fun stuff in there. I know a couple of our members. Big shout out to PJ Aviation. Hey, PJ, if you're watching. Got me hooked on Airline Simulator, which is a mobile app for your phone. You can create your own airline, have your own livery, charge your own fares. You can kind of kit out the aircraft you want to fly. It's actually it's one of the better mobile games that I played within the last couple of years, actually. And I don't play very many mobile games, if that says anything, but...
5110 Mike crossway 12 join whiskey.
And that, of course, is by choice. I just choose to use... Oh, we got a C-130 going off on the north side here. Look at that. Nice. There's also one behind it, too. Now, if they will depart, they usually will do so in pairs. Yep, and there's the second one.
Yeah, a lot of times that's how they're flying around here, and I'm sure just almost probably everywhere for that matter.
So AO says, in regard to their flight on Iceland Air, says our goal was to save money, but it was a great trip otherwise. Saw where my grandparents were born in Sweden and Norway. During the trip, it was wonderful. Well, that's so cool. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. So there goes our duet of C-130s off on their next assignment.
Yeah, we've got a trio of departures that are now going by us on whiskey.
Traffic 5 mile final, turn left heading 105, and then 12 left, let's take off.
Including a pencil. They're headed down to Fort Myers. That's Delta 2268.
So next red tail 2, former Northwest 757. So all 16 of Delta 757-300s were property of Northwest Airlines. In fact, they were ordered by Northwest in the early 2000s. The 757-300s and the A330-200s were the replacements for the DC-10s that Northwest would eventually phase out all the way up until the final flight in 2007, a year before the merger with Delta.
That was 3791, Minneapolis Star and Mike crossing.
And Alex, have you said you've flown on a 75?
I've never flown on the 757.
You have not.
And I will have the opportunity to finally say
when you come back.
I flew the 757 on the return trip from LAX to MSP on May 9th when we get done streaming out in Southern California.
All right, you're in for a treat, Alex, because you're going to feel the raw power.
John Joseph and everybody that's flown the 757, including you, are all telling me the same thing, and you guys are giving me goosebumps. I'm excited.
Oh.
Now, if you follow the channel, I've gone on a couple tangents about roller coasters. I love riding roller coasters. Valley Fair, which is the largest amusement park here in the state of Minnesota, is about to open up here next month. As a matter of fact. Okay, who do we got pushing back over here from Terminal 1? And I assume that's what the... Aha, there we go. I assume that's what the announcement was for. You heard the announcement chime. So there we go. Delta 258 Heavy to Dublin has pushed back from Terminal 1.
Yeah, back to the 75, Alex. Yeah, make sure your seatbelt is fastened and your chin strap is tightened up real good, because you're going to feel the raw power of that airplane when you start to roll for takeoff. I kid you not. You will feel yourself being pushed back into your seat.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I haven't flown on one in a while. I miss it.
Thanks, Luke, for posting the flight board of the delay information about the diverted CRJ 200 that came in earlier that was supposed to go up to, I think, Fargo, was it?
Yeah.
2.
So by chance, Alex, when you come back on the Flying Pencil, do you have a window seat?
I do have a window seat.
Ah, there you go. That makes it even better.
Yes.
Is it on the left side or the right side?
I want to say on the right, but on the way to Los Angeles, I made sure to book the left side.
Okay, there you go.
Over departure. Today on Envoy 37.
My dad might have been pointing his finger at you if you hadn't. At least one of the, either going out or coming back.
Yeah.
Hold short 1 2 right.
For you, it's I have to have that left window seat anywhere in the cabin. Hey, Brenda, thanks so much for tuning in today. Brenda says, love your sound effects, Alex. Well, you're welcome. I mean, wanted to spice up our soundboard more so that we're entertained just as much as you are. Trying to make things a little fun.
Can't be too serious, can we? Like John McEnroe? You can't be serious. Former professional tennis player. He's one of the more notable tennis commentators these days.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about, too. So if you are just tuning in to MSP Live, or even if you've watched our channel for a little bit and think, how do these Av Geeks know so much about sports? Because we grew up around it. RJ was a season ticket holder for actually quite a while to the Tampa Bay Lightning NHL hockey team. And I know you're not happy about the Game 1 results.
Nope.
Against Montreal. I was rooting for Tampa, too. I'm rooting for the Tampa Bay Lightning in that series. I do not like the Canadiens.
It's only Game 1.
But how about the Minnesota Wild, though? I think 6-1, they crushed Dallas. Game 2 of their playoff series is tonight.
Yeah, I'll be watching that game as soon as I get home from being out here to help you out.
I will probably do the same, RJ, to be quite honest. I am in need of some hockey. But something up here in Minnesota that you're going to come to find instantly is that everybody up here is plugged in to the sport of hockey. I mean, really, that is the greatest sport on the planet. I'm going to come out and say it. I don't care what anybody else says. Hockey is the greatest sport on earth. Love hockey. And it's the people that make hockey such an amazing sport. I've also had the pleasure to work with at the NHL level. So I've done stuff in NHL broadcasting before. Working with their people are just fantastic.
Yeah, and if you
big shout out to Dan Poole.
Mike, hold short from 112 right.
All right, Luke, very fun. I'm excited for you as well. Luke says, also, Alex, I get to fly the 757 in July. Is it a Dash 200 or a Dash 300 variant?
Yeah, we're 3816, flight runway heading, we're 17, let's take off.
So, Alex, I'm trying to look in on this departure for Dublin. Is this an honorary red tail or an original red tail?
Honorary.
Honorary, okay.
So it was a part of a top-up order that Delta placed for the A330-300, but they kept the registration in convention with the Northwest ordered and delivered A330-300s. The key difference that you can tell between the two different former Northwests and the all-Delta A330-300s is the engine option. Northwest never touched GE engines when it came to ordering aircraft. If they ever did have any GE-powered aircraft, they were bought secondhand. They never liked GE, and that goes back to when Donald Nyrup was the CEO of the company. And the airline was pretty loyal to Pratt & Whitney, for their A330 purchases. With the A330-300 and -200, they went with the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series.
NIROC would have none of it.
On Alpha, hold short of 12 right at Alpha.
Oh!
Oh boy, did they touch down short. Wow.
126.7, Delta 2488.
Ouch.
We'll still give him a cheer.
There you go. There we go.
I gotta learn which button is which sound.
So there's a screen on our audio board, RJ, that...
Okay, I see it. Oh yeah, it has the name, the name of the sound. Okay. All right, I got it.
Yep, nice and handy. We would do a replay of that, but Delta 258 is like, enough of your shenanigans.
No.
I'm taking off.
No.
I'm a featured attraction here.
All
All right, 258 Heavy's ready to go to Dublin. And they are doing a turn and burn. All right.
4143, heavy departure traffic off the parallel, runway 12 left, line up away.
Fort Charlie 7.
So 3658, taxi via Delta and go back to the gate.
Delta, back to the gate. That was 3658.
So 4299, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa Cross, runway 4. Endeavor 4730, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, and the 330 is out of here to Dublin.
Mile final on Alpha 10, crossway 12 right, join whiskey.
Delta 2480 on Alpha 10, cross 12 right, join whiskey.
Oh, nice recovery. Are they lining up for a 12 right departure, maybe?
Turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
They're going to 17. Sometimes departures on 17, they'll cross the threshold of 12 right. Look like as if they are departing, but they'll just cross to the west side of the field. So that's not an uncommon thing.
That's Delta 2488. They're headed out to Boise.
Turn left, heading 105.
So they just were instructed to take a different route over to 17.
That's all right. Usually they'll have them go all the way down on Alpha and then cross at the threshold just because of an incoming arrival.
Heading 215, contact departure.
Always interesting to see
heading, runway 17, clear for
variations in the traffic flow.
So 2278 Minneapolis ground, wait for an embraer to pass your tail, then your push is approved, runway 12 left.
Push after the embraer, that's 22.
Boy, I'll tell you what, RJ, that E175 landing, as soon as they flared to make that gentle touchdown, I think they just kind of plopped it onto the runway and chomp, we got a spine tingler.
.2673 Minneapolis Tower, traffic hold position, wind 190.13, runway 12 left, clear to land. With 4143, contact departure, good day. With 2610, turn left, heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. That's 2962 Minneapolis ground. Wait for an embraer to pass your tail, then your push is approved, runway 17. Endeavor 4730 at Alpha 8, crossway 12 right, join whiskey. 24, Minneapolis Tower, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground.
All right, let's take a look at our A220 arrival.
Dallas 4010, flight runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2084 map, contact Alpha Delta, go back. Yeah, 3676, give way to that 73 rolling out if they make Papa 4 if they don't continue.
Well, our wind conditions today still pretty pronounced here into the 6 o'clock hour at MSP Airport. Right now, our last weather update for our wind at the weather station, 170 at 15 knots sustained, gusting well into the 20s. I'll tell you what, RJ, on Wednesday when we're back live, we're going to need this wind to cool everything down because it's going to be around 80 degrees for a high on Wednesday.
Yes, I see the forecast. And Brenda Litzinger, I see your comment. She's flown the 757 about 30 years ago to Boston, and she said, I swear to God, we went straight up in the air. And that I'm not kidding. Those babies can move. Oh, yeah. So another interesting characteristic about the 75 is that they are the way they are because they're able to fly in and out of airports that might be a little bit more terrain challenged, like mountains. Or maybe some shorter runways because they get their ground speed up quicker with those bigger engines.
And it's also to satisfy demand that would be more than what a typical 737 or an A320 might be able to satisfy. And the 757-300 is a very niche airplane, and it's a really important link for Delta's trunk routes in and out of MSP. Hunter Flavian, hey, good afternoon to you as well. Since I'm a little late to the party, well, hey, no need to worry, Hunter. Glad you're here. We'll be on for quite a while this evening. It's already been an interesting Monday. We've had an uber late departure of Delta 171 to Seoul with the A350. We were not expecting that. And we were also not expecting a emergency diversion of a CRJ 200LR en route from Chicago O'Hare to Fargo.
2673, turn right, join Papa, contact ground point 9.
Ooh.
So fuel flow imbalance. Oh, brother.
I hit the wrong. Wait a minute. Did you change it?
843,
Arrow keys.
7014, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Okay, wait a minute here.
Okay, RJ's learning how to use the audio board.
All right, so
you have different pages of them.
Okay. So I guess it was because it was in a different page. All right.
Yep, and it shows you here too.
Okay. All right. So that's another thing I learned about this. Okay. I was trying to get to announce.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, same for me.
Training in progress.
Yeah, didn't mean to do that. I knew about those arrow keys, but I didn't know that also changed the display. Okay. 170 is 15 minutes out. That's what I guess I was trying to get at. Yeah, once again, sorry about that, everyone.
For my 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross from my 4.
Yeah, that was the
2673.
runway recap
leaving Charlie 5.
sound. Not yet.
Yeah, we're nowhere near our recap for today. Nowhere near
my 17 via
the
Papa,
end.
cross from my 4. Mike, hold short from my 12 right. Join Papa behind the C-Series coming up off your right. C-Series guy on the right, go first, and then Papa on 4, Mike, hold short on 12 right.
So 170 being where they're at, they're in the process of making a turn to the south, just a little bit north of Princeton.
Contact ground point 9er. The 2274, Minneapolis.
All right, so the
1013, runway 12 right.
equipment for 160 is the same aircraft that's coming in on 170. That's how this was all panning out? Sounds like.
Top of the gate.
So that's why 160 is late.
Delta 2059. Push back your discretion. Plan number 12 left. 23, Minneapolis ground, push approved. Push approved. Delta 574, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17. Delta 574, push approved, 17.
And Alex Luke is also sharing with us he thought the Twins maybe had flown out sometime earlier today after their series with the Reds. So I'm not sure who do they play. Who do they play in their next series? I haven't even looked. I don't really follow the Twins much.
4299, contact departure, good day.
I was watching hockey all day yesterday.
November, hold short for my 17.
All right, let's take another look at our Delta arrival in the South Parallel. Hunter says he'll be flying out with Sun Country on Saturday. Well, hey, have fun. Certainly would like to take one final trip on Sun Country myself, but I certainly have fond memories of flying on board Sun Country. The many different times that I have decided to fly with them.
Well, I've never flown Sun Country, and I'm not sure I will end up doing so before everything happens.
That was 4130, slow to final now, please. Traffic hold position.
Just don't have any plans to go anywhere where I need to fly.
Delta 962, monitor tower 126.7. 67 up 29.
All right, let's see who's coming in next. The Delta 2274 from Phoenix. And then behind them, Delta from Boise, Idaho.
Hold for a minute. All right, turn on Bravo and then hold position.
All right, thanks, Luke. Yeah, Alex, he posted that the Reds left last night and the Twins left about 3:15 today.
Okay.
So that was prior to the start of going live.
3680, runway 17, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short, runway 12 right.
So my assumption is maybe today this was an off day for the Twins if it was a travel day, depending on where they were going.
Number 5021, no delay off at Papa 3, turn right there, join Papa, contact ground point 9er. The 2278, turn left heading 105, and I want to left, let's take off. The 2962, Minneapolis Tower on Mike, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey, traffic 4 mile final. Mike, cross 12 right, and then turn right on Whiskey, Delta 2962, looking for traffic. Number 4871, Minneapolis Tower, 19013.
All right, let's take another close-up look at the gear touching down as Delta 2274 from Phoenix makes its entrance. This is a nice and smooth touchdown, RJ, as we'll have a close look at here.
Yep, no sound effects on this one.
Delta 574,
A little bit of a hop on the right, but
no, that's just about perfect.
yeah, that was so little you're probably not even going to feel it. So Alex, getting back to talking about the hockey and the playoffs a little bit, how about the series with Boston and Buffalo and how long it had been since Buffalo had been in the playoffs?
They're certainly energized, and they won Game 1.
73 is going to just stay on Bravo, just turn in the gate behind them.
So yeah, 2026, quite the spicy year in the National Hockey League for playoff matchups and teams as a whole that are a part of the playoffs. Unfortunately, my Red Wings did not make the cut, and the way that they ended the season, they did not deserve to make the playoffs at all. Let's just put it that way. Not impressed with the end-of-season effort. And you know you got to win those games down the stretch if you expect to have any playoff success, let alone Stanley Cup championship success.
And you know, Alex, and I think I was listening to some of the commentators. I don't know if it was at the end of a game or in between periods of a game. Of course, the NHL, they play an 82-game regular season. I think I heard them mention that they're going up to 84 next season, the additional 2 games.
41, 30 minutes, contact CV at Papa Gate.
So I'm not sure if I heard that correct or not.
534, continue via Alpha Charlie, hold short, 112 right.
All right, let's take a look at our Delta A320 touching down from Boise. This is Delta 2982. Another solid landing, if I do say so myself, as we'll get a close look. Nice.
Delta 1701, Minneapolis Tower, wind 180 at 13, gust 2, runway 12 right, clear to land. Delta 2485, affirmative. Delta 2982, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha to the gate, what's your gate? Delta 2982, Alpha, Delta, go back. Alpha, Delta, back, Delta 2982. Ghost 3680, monitor tower 126.7. 126.7. Number 4871, turn right, join, pop into the gate, monitor ground point 9er. Alright, I'm here about that.
Let's take a closer look at our arrival from Portland. This is Delta 2167 touching down to the south parallel.
Contact ground point 9er. Delta 4 Alpha will give way to nose traffic, ground point 9, Delta 2167. Delta 2962, contact departure, good day. Delta 2962, good day.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Live. The Twin Cities are always a fun spot to catch the commercial aviation scene in action, especially up close from the aircraft viewing area.
59 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, side of the way.
Steve, thanks for tuning in today. Says, what's the purpose for the hole in the tail of airliners? That actually is the auxiliary power unit exhaust. So there's a little turbine engine in the back of the aircraft that provides a power in between when the aircraft is receiving a hookup connection for power on the ground and when the main engines are just starting up. So power to start the primary engines and to power the rest of the flight control systems. So it's sort of, and again, an auxiliary power unit.
2931 Minneapolis ground, push.
So it's the exhaust for it.
Or APU for short.
Yep. Refer to it as an APU.
Delta 2309, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right. Via Alpha Charlie, hold short of 12 right. Delta 2167, change of plan. Those aircraft on Charlie will be moving soon. So continue Alpha Charlie and Charlie 5 to your gate. Okay, Delta 2167 Alpha Charlie, Charlie 5.
All right, and I know exactly what this flight announcement's going to be for, but I'm not going to steal your thunder, RJ.
170 is now on final.
Join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
It's our A350 900 from Seoul.
So there's an arrival coming in ahead of them. The 717 from St. Louis. And then 170 is now in sight behind them.
170 heavy, Minneapolis tower, wind 180 at 14, gust 25, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Delta 170 heavy.
Delta 2059, contact departure, good day. Okay, 1701, Minneapolis, I'm showing Fox 15, you can taxi via Alpha, Charlie, and Charlie 5 to your gate, use caution 16 is push nexus.
Inbound Delta 717. So we got some saddening news, I guess. A spotter in the MSP spotting community shared that Delta is going to significantly reduce 717 operations, but with all things with the aviation scene, we will believe it when we see it.
2485, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, caution 4. Left Papa, caution 2309, give way to the company 71 as they exit. 2309, give way to the company 71. Final. Charlie, cross 12 right, whiskey, cross 22, 17, Delta 2385. Delta 1603, turn left, Alpha 5, join Alpha, traffic waits for you, contact ground point 9er. Alpha 5, Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 1603.
So there we go.
01, right. Yeah, you can just make the right on try. If you want, you can cut the corner though. Trigger there.
Pretty solid landing.
2297, Minneapolis, push approved, runway 17. Block.
All right, everybody, our next arrival, Delta 170 heavy from Seoul. It's with the A350.
With the 1603, Minneapolis, contact via Alpha, Charlie, and Quebec. Alpha, Charlie, Quebec, Alpha 1603. At 1237, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 17. Push approved, runway 170, 1237.
It's also a notable flight alert as well.
2246,
Are they crabbing?
Approved, runway 17.
They indeed are crabbing. Look at that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, the 605, Minneapolis tower, caution, lake turbulence, 8-inch trail of a heavy Airbus. Wind 180 at 14, goes 25, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Alright, for the wing, 12 right, clear to land,
Delta 574, runway 17, nautical lane. Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17 Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right behind 321 on my left, Delta 2122.
2309, the Airbus off the right, wait, on the tower, 126.7.
They landed pretty short, too.
Pretty smooth touchdown to boot as well.
Delta 2145, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
All right, let's take another look at our touchdown from 170 heavy.
2309, Minneapolis tower on Charlie, crossway 12 right, join whiskey, crossway 22, traffic 4 mile final. And on Charlie, cross 12 right, and whiskey, cross.
Smooth stuff from the A350.
Cabot 3680, contact departure, good day.
Dream Spinner 3MN asks, what is crabbing? So that's when the aircraft sort of adjusts the orientation of the nose to be more side on with the runway it's approaching to face the wind as to generate as much lift over the wing as possible if there's a crosswind component. And then they will straighten it out when they are moments from touchdown. So it's something that all pilots are taught. You got to be facing the wind as much as you can when you're landing an aircraft, especially with a big A350.
They had an 11-hour and 33-minute flight coming in from Seoul today.
So for 2297, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right, join Alpha behind the heavy bus.
They were originally scheduled in right at 6 o'clock, so they're roughly about 55 minutes late in their arrival. And that particular aircraft, or equipment as we would also call it, is the same one that's going to be operating 160 from here to AMS. And the delay in their arrival from Seoul is what has caused the delay in 160.
Dream Spinner 3MN, you are welcome. Yeah, long flight indeed. It's the longest flight out of MSP or into MSP. It's the non-stop Seoul service.
And after pulling off the runway, they have now stopped, so they could be waiting now to get to their gate for some reason.
So 2246, turn left on Alpha real quick. Left on Alpha, Alpha 3, hold the runway 12 right there. Right. With 1101 Minneapolis Tower, wind 170 gust 25, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land.
All right, let's take another look at this A319 touchdown close up. We have seen a plethora of outstanding aircraft landings with the wind today. So we had that arrival along with 170 heavy before it's nice and smooth.
So the 170 heavy, are your rampers there?
I can't tell from here.
All right, so it almost, Alex, it almost kind of sounds like a little bit they're waiting for everybody to be out in position for them to come into the gate.
Especially with the wingspan on that bird, well over 200 feet from wingtip to wingtip, you're going to need some wing walkers. You're going to need everybody to safely usher in that multi-million-dollar technological marvel.
Yep, everybody needs to be in position to marshal that airplane into the gate.
Yeah, you absolutely do not want to be going into a gate area blind, and that goes for really any aircraft, whether a narrow body or a wide body.
United 1237, turn right on Bravo.
Ghost Main 01, thanks so much for tuning in. Happy Monday. Says, I have a phobia with airplanes, but I love to see them take off and land. Well, glad we could provide a front row seat for you in that capacity. You are safer on an airplane than driving in your car on the road. It is remarkable how safe the commercial aviation industry is, and just the world of aviation and the amount of redundancy and fail-safes and the stress limits of each airframe that have to go into certifying these aircraft for commercial service. I mean, these aircraft are designed to withstand stresses that they would never encounter out flying around in Earth's atmosphere, especially when it comes to turbulence.
Yep, Alex, and as we know, because of what we experienced one of the times we were out here streaming last summer, whenever you fly, wear your seatbelt.
Yes, always.
Do not skip that.
Yeah, if you're in your seat, unless if you need to walk around and move about the cabin, do so carefully. But if you're not, If you're not needing to move about, then please fasten that seatbelt because you don't know when you're going to have a stretch of unexpected rough air.
2246, monitor tower 126.7. 67, have a good night, those to 2246. United 1237, monitor tower 126.7. 126.7, United 1237. Delta 881, you're pushing the through for runway 1 to left. 881, thank you. Crossway 22. Charlie cross 12 right, then whiskey and cross runway 22, Delta 5931. 2107, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 17.
Let's take another look at our arrival.
Let's fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. At 1237, Minneapolis Tower and Mike cross.
It's another X Northwest A320.
You're right, join with United 1237. 1237, you've got time. I'm going to have you give way to the 7-3 from your left. Just slow roll across one-way traffic, 4 mile final. Slow roll.
Well, it looks like we got another wardrobe malfunction.
It's
not the only aircraft that we've spotted today, RJ, with a mismatched nose cone. I think it's now our second one.
Yeah, we had the Sun Country earlier.
Protect 6 behind that company, off the left, continue Bravo.
Tiggs ship, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Says, I'm Logan from Nebraska. Well, hey, Logan. So great to have you with us today on this wonderful Monday. So Logan says, I did the Delta 170 service on November 1st. Did the outbound flight from Salt Lake to Seoul and Incheon. Will be flying from Tokyo through MSP this June. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you for sharing and thanks for tuning in. We certainly will.
So this United A320 that has the rearranged nose cone is going to Chicago O'Hare, United 1237.
All right, we're going to get a close-up of what we're talking about here. All right, so I'm zoomed in as much as I can be here. So you see how you have a part on an aircraft for a livery that does not belong. So the Evo Blue livery is what the rest of the plane is painted in. And the nose cone is actually for the previous iteration of United's livery. I think more commonly referred to as the merger scheme, which refers to the merger between United and Continental. Hey, thanks, Luke, for the $10 super chat.
145, turn right heading 215, got a departure.
Appreciate you, Luke. Says Alex, we do have an unusual
2931, fly runway heading, runway 17, quick takeoff.
Unusual heavy coming in tonight. But unfortunately, it will be getting in after dark. It's actually a non-rev Delta flight, Delta 9962. Thanks for the heads up, Luke.
Coming into here?
Correct, but it'll be after dark.
Right.
And number 5022, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground plane 9.
So we'll bring up that super chat here real quick. Thanks so much, Luke, again for sending the $10 super.
Minneapolis, contact via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
So just to reiterate, so we do have an unusual heavy coming in, according to Luke. Luke also says, but unfortunately it's getting in after dark. It's Delta 9962.
That was left.
$8:36 p.m. current ETA. Thanks, Luke. All right, let's go catch this 757, shall we?
Delta 2271, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land, Delta 2271. 2271. 22 right, clear to land, Delta 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 Delta 2246, fire and heading, 118.12, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to MSP Airport on this crazy Monday for plane spotting. It's been a pretty interesting afternoon. So we were going to start earlier in the day, but I had some personal things pop up in the late morning that I needed to spend some time taking care of around the lunch hour. So we could go live today. Not that it depended on us going live, but need to make sure that things on my end are all in good working order. So nothing too serious. Everything's all good.
$3912, give way to an opposite direction. CRJ, they're on Quebec. They're going to taxi on that pushback and then rejoin Quebec.
Extend to signature amp, red monitor, flight 9er.
That's a Charlie with
1237, follow that not, Delta 75.
Delta 75, 1237. 3 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
How's that for an interesting arrival?
21 and 0.
Pilatus.
7. That'll be runway 17. That RJ off your right is taxiing around you. Wait
Trade
for them,
wind
and then
PC-12NG is
Tradewind
the model.
Tradewind Aviation.
Came in from Oxford. OXC is the airport code. All right, here's Delta 2271 coming in from Denver.
23, Charlie 2, turn Charlie 2, Charlie, Sierra and Kilo 3, hold short of runway 17.
Charlie 2, Sierra, Kilo 3, hold short of 17.
Down to tree 253, ready to taxi. Sun Country 253, runway 17, taxi via Sierra Kilo across runway 4, pass behind the company under tow, they'll be on Charlie. Okay, Sierra Kilo across runway 417, we'll pass behind the company under Charlie, tree 253. 4024, monitor down, 147.
All right, let's have another look at our inbound arrival from Denver. Behind them is Delta 1888 from Cancun, Mexico, and then Delta 2238 from Las Vegas. See if a couple more arrivals. And we'll get in behind our ex-Northwest Airlines A320. They floated a little bit down the runway here too, but just wanting to make sure that they set it down nice and gentle, and that's exactly what they did. Excellent landing.
Just from on Kilo 3, hold short of runway 17.
All right, let's go grab that flight coming in from Cancun. Delta 1888 now arriving.
Monitor tower 123.
With a 737-900ER.
Delta 2271. Delta 2271. Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha and Delta to the gate. Alpha and Delta to the gate for Delta 2271.
Let's take another peek at our landing from Cancun, Mexico. Delta 2238 is just behind them from Las Vegas with the same aircraft type, a 737-900ER.
Delta 1888, MS now, got a ground. 3912 Minneapolis Airport, departure terminal 7100, wind 18014, gust 23, runway 12 left, cleared for takeoff. Let's contact to the Alpha 58. Three Minneapolis Park, Kilo 3, cross runway 7, Lima depart, cross runway 4.
I think we got a little bit of a bounce here from our inbound Las Vegas arrival. Pretty smooth landing regardless, though, however.
Ground Delta 2233, Dolphin.
2238, ma'am. The altitude gate.
A little bit of a pop there, but still pretty good.
Delta 2107 Minneapolis Star, Mike, cross for the 1-2, join Whiskey.
Mike Whiskey, cross 1-2 right, Delta 2107.
Delta 2078 Minneapolis Star, wind 18016, gust 23, runway 1-2 clear the land. Well, on 1-2 right, Delta. Gust 3912, schedule departure.
All right, Delta 2107 crossing runway 12 right with an A220. It's an A220-100, so this is the shorter variant of the A220. Headed to Santa Ana, California.
Frequency 253 Minneapolis Star, fly the 120, wind 18016, gust 22, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Look at the lighting. We're starting to get into golden hour, I think, here. So this Airbus A220 is headed to the west side of the field, where it will be departing. That's out of view. So our next inbound arrival is from San Francisco, Delta 2078. Will be our next jet to make a landing on the south parallel. There we go. There's a look at downtown Minneapolis off in the distance. Also have the 3 tallest buildings in the state poking through into the sky above the tree line in the distance. The building that's more in the foreground, that's the headquarters of the Metropolitan Airports Commission. Well, if anyone from Airport Police is watching this, we've got the timestamp. Yeah, there's certainly been a street racing problem that's existed on this stretch of cargo road that we hope will get put to bed sooner rather than later because it's been causing some issues. All right, so there's our inbound arrival from San Francisco.
Up to 2078, turn left, turn out, got a ground point 9. Alpha, ground point 9, over to 58. Ground up to 2078, parking lot. 2078, Minneapolis, back to the Alpha. The Alpha, Delta 2078.
Assault Rabbits, good to see you today. It's unfortunate that building 3120 is located where it is. We're going to show that here in just a second, actually. So we can give you guys an idea of what Assault Rabbit is talking about. It's actually this building right here. It's the 3120 building. You can see that as a number. I think that this is a building that has a bunch of electrical equipment for runway lights, etc. If I am to make it an educated guess. I've seen electrical service vehicles, MSP Electric, as well as Hunt Electric, go in and out of that building before for maintenance.
Good evening, IC656, Hotel 6, you can push it back. 3047, Minneapolis, 118.13, guys 22, and 12 left.
All right, Icelandair is ready to push back en route for Reykjavik. So we'll have Icelandair's departure coming up here in a short bit, everybody.
Okay,
We just heard them pop on frequency.
Thank you, IC656. IC656, you can stay with me this time, just next time. Okay, thank you.
Gordon, I would certainly agree. Yeah, if you're driving down Cargo Road, you got to be careful because there are quite a few semi-trucks and other freight vehicles that are in and out of the cargo terminal for FedEx.
22 for now, 12 right to the line.
All right, so Icelandair, they are ready to push back. The jet bridge has been pulled. I don't think they're waiting on anybody right now that I can see as far as traffic is concerned, but oh, there they go. So there we go, our MAX 9 officially pushing back for Reykjavik, as Icelandair will be spreading its wings here pretty soon. Hopefully they are assigned a south parallel departure, would make a shorter taxi run for them, most definitely. So it would certainly be nice to see Icelandair with bookends on 12 right with the arrival and the departure into and out of Minneapolis, St. Paul tonight. All right, looks like they are pushed back fully, so the tug is going to disconnect and they're going to start up.
6 tow via Quebec, Charlie, and Alpha.
You see a puff of smoke out of the back of the aircraft. That's the APU generator starting up. It's the APU exhaust. Apologies if the camera's a little bit jittery. It's windy today. Gordon, no kidding. Yikes. I see your comment in the live chat. Yeah, lane splitting, not necessarily the smartest idea. And our friend Gordon has a lot of experience as a truck driver as well. So if there's anybody that knows anything about driving, it's our friend Gordon. So always appreciate you tuning in, Gordon. Hope you had a great weekend, by the way, over there in Wisconsin.
Standard procedure here before the push to self-metering.
Okay, 606, affirmative, it is, yeah, because it's just, this time it wasn't a big deal, but like normally if there's like frequency congestion, it puts you on, they assign you to the right ground frequency in case you've got a split.
Okay, gotcha. Because we don't have it in our briefing packet, so I'll ask them to add it in it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so we're going to let them do their thing.
Turn left on Bravo, hold short of the tunnel, I'll help further.
And we are going to catch our next inbound arrival on the south parallel runway. This is Delta Flight 2910. It comes to us from Naptown, USA. That's Indianapolis, Indiana.
47, may have contact with you, pop 95. Company, they'll be westbound on Alpha.
All right, let's take another look at our inbound arrival from Indianapolis. Pretty smooth touchdown from the A220.
So plane, may have contact the Alpha, what's the gate?
Charlie 10.
So plane 910, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, and Quebec. Alpha, Delta, Quebec, sorry about that.
That's 656,
That's 656, runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Nice. All right, so they got the instruction to taxi to 12 right for their departure runway. So it looks like we're going to get bookends for Icelandair tonight. How fun. Typically, Icelandair on the arrival side prefers the north parallel. Sometimes they will take the south parallel. It just depends on what they're feeling or what ATC is thinking would be best. Now, on the departure end, Icelandair, they really love that south parallel. Again, wanting to cut down on the taxi time to the departure runway. All right, so we're going to get our next arrival. Delta from New Orleans, flight 2695 is next to touchdown. So here comes Delta, everybody, from the Big Easy in New Orleans. That was a pretty smooth touchdown. And RJ, as we take a look at this instant replay, I think you would agree. Pretty smooth stuff from our inbound flight out of New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
On Alpha 4, 695 maps contact, the Alpha Delta to the gate.
Yeah, you're always going to see a little bit of that bounce in the touchdown, but when that happened on that one, the tires never lost contact with the runway.
I'm sure they felt it, and everybody did on that aircraft, and how smooth that landing was as well. All right, Icelandair 656. Strutting its stuff to 12 right, where it will depart MSP this evening. 737 MAX 9. Has the green stripe billboard livery today.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody down here at the viewing area, and this is what we were talking about, wondering where they were going to go for departure.
Yeah, we heard on grounds the taxi instruction to 12 right. And that's why we have tower and ground frequencies on, so we can kind of best guess where everything is going to be going. There's a lot of other streams that I've come across that put the scanner up. It's usually just tower and that's it. So Icelandair is going to be taken off during a pretty awesome time of the day. I think we're into golden hour, aren't we, everybody? I would say we're into golden hour. So Icelandair, they're on time today. Actually, I think they might be a couple of minutes early, a minute early even. I think by the time they get down to the threshold of runway 12 right. So they're typically a 7:30 p.m. departure on weekdays here at MSP. Air France, which, by the way, will start their 2026 seasonal service on May 4th. They will depart around 7:40 during golden hour as well. And that's something that I'm also looking forward to, are those Air France departures, especially with the 777 when the month of June rolls around.
Good evening, guys. 656 Minneapolis Tower, departure flight at 100, wind 17011, gust 21, runway 12 right,
cleared for takeoff.
Okay, we take off 12 right, and can you confirm the heading after takeoff I-656?
I-656, fly 100, 100.
100 on a heading after takeoff, thank you, and right.
All right, so I think they are already cleared to take off. So all they got to do is line it up and get out of here. I think we might be getting a turn and burn, possibly. I suppose it depends on how ready they are.
Go 3946, short pop, text, spark, monitor, point in.
I'd say that's a turn and burn.
I'd agree.
Frequency 270, Minneapolis Airport, 17011, got 2 on, runway 12 right, clear land.
Runway 12 right.
Well, and it's easy to see why they request the second longest runway at MSP, because they were pretty full, or they looked like it.
They needed it.
Yep, left turn heading 100 and over to departure for Iceland Air 656. So we will certainly be including the arrival and departure of Iceland Air in our highlights package tonight, which we like to call our runway recap. Gordon Wold says full send. I would absolutely agree with that.
Of 756, Roger, your second runway 17, talk to a Papa, cross 14, Mike, hold short, runway 12 right. 4696, Minneapolis Tower, wind 17013, got 2 on, runway 12 left, cleared to land.
There we go. Super nice touchdown from Palm Springs. All right, let's take another look. Hey, thanks, Luke, for the $10 super chat. Settle down, Luke, with the $10 super chats, man. You don't know if you might need that $10 for a lunch in a pinch. You never know. But hey, I'm always grateful to receive super chats and all that. So I very much appreciate you, Luke. Smooth touchdown. So says Luke says, and by the way, thanks again for $10 super chat, Luke. Love you, buddy. Alex, so I forgot we have 4 transatlantic services still to come back because I forgot about Delta to Iceland. That is very correct, because Delta has their own service to Reykjavik with the 757. Don says, still going at it? Oh, yeah. Now, as we continue to get daylight towards the end of the day today, really just throughout the rest of the spring, our streams will last a little bit later into the evening. Oh, nice. We got to take a look at this. This landing was just superb.
Sun Country 8278, turn right, taxi over.
They floated a little bit, but it was all worth it. Look at this. Nice and smooth.
Turn right, Delta monitor, ground point.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate that we'll just miss Delta 9962, Luke, but don't worry. There's going to be all kinds of great action later this week that we will be on hand for. Hey, I'm at Sports Fan 88. Thanks so much for tuning back in. Says, I'm back. How are we doing? Doing fantastic this evening. Also says, great landing. Yes. Don says, gotta love the extended daylight for show. You know it. So we still have quite a bit of time left here. So we're going to soak up all of what Golden Hour can provide for us here this evening from MSP. Gordon says, I really like the streams lasting later into the evening. I'm with you on that one, Gordon, as well. It's really nice to be able to start later in the afternoon and go all the way until the end of Golden Hour. So we very much appreciate the fact that the streams will be lasting a little bit later into the evening. So that's a big heads up for all of our live viewers and our audience in general with our streams going forward. Good evening to you, Neil. Great to see you. Happy Monday. Neil says, thanks for a great stream today. Well, hey, absolutely. You are very welcome. Thanks for a great stream today. Watching it on my high-definition TV. All right. Well, that's the other reason why I want to make things pretty high production value, high quality. Of course, it's in my nature being involved in the professional world of video production, but there are quite a few people that watch our show and many other plane spotting shows on their TV. So our next inbound arrival, Delta 2327 from MYR. That would be Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Number 4696, Minneapolis, taxi, pop at the 95.
All right, here's Delta 756. They're headed out to San Francisco.
9773, Monterey Tower, 126.7. Okay, 1683, Monterey Tower, 126.7.
All right, here's our inbound arrival from Myrtle Beach. let's take another look at the smooth touchdown from MYR, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So our Delta 737 that is headed to San Francisco is now cleared to cross the South Parallel runway.
Delta 2773, Minneapolis Tower on Charlie Cross runway 12 right turn with cross runway 4.
There they are.
Cross 12 right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Delta 756, parked in the 178 pad. You'll be there for maybe about 10 minutes.
Alright, we'll park in the 170 pad, Delta 756.
What that racket was. There you go. So they're out of here. All right, now we're gonna look at Delta going to San Francisco. I think that they are gonna need to wait on the 17 de-ice pad, from what I heard on frequency.
On Charlie Cross runway 12 right turn Whiskey cross runway 4.
Cleared to cross 12 right on Charlie, cleared to cross 4 on Whiskey.
Don Rumsey asks, since you're on for extended periods of time, where's the porta potty? Well, there actually is none out here at the viewing area. In fact, there you go. Oh, and a nice sunset too. Look at that. So there are no portable restrooms. There's no porta-john out here. So the key is to do your business before you come out here if you're going to be in my position. And I typically don't consume very much to eat or drink beforehand, but I do stay hydrated thoroughly through the streams. So I've been doing production a long time to where it's just kind of built into where I really don't need to use the facilities during a live show. And that is pretty much up to about maybe 8 or 8.5 hours.
Runway 73, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Country 8221, Minneapolis Tower, wind 170 runway 12 right.
Mike, your comment, pretty much, I got a kick out of that. Bladders of steel. I think that's one way to put it. That's what our managing producer Mike has said.
Yep, I just saw that too.
Sorry if I spooked everybody and busting out in laughter.
And all things considered, Alex, I almost feel like it's not such a bad idea that they don't have them out here. With the things that we've seen out here that have happened.
Yeah, and we're gonna
unfortunately, we're not gonna go there.
But if you know, you know. So we'll just leave it at that. So Neil says Heathrow, Zurich, Live are the other two that I have on all day until Alex starts streaming. Well, thank you. Glad we're on your short list. Says MSP, though, is my favorite because I know the airport so well. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I'm glad we're able to bring it all to you.
So 2773, turn right heading 215 and contact departure there.
I want to give a big shout out and some kudos for our wonderful controllers doing amazing work tonight up there in MSP Tower. You guys rock. We love you guys.
Tower, turn left heading 135, runway 17.
Our controllers are into the world of aviation just as much as we are.
Okay, Alex, I just found out what some talk has been involving Delta 9962. And that it's going to be a after dark arrival. Yes, it's an inbound A330 from JFK. Is that the one?
5404
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Because I saw in the chat it was over Lake Michigan, so it's like, okay.
There you go.
That'll give me something to do.
Yeah, no kidding.
Tower 4040, AMS down behind the CRJ coming out of 79.
There goes the
runway
sun.
17, taxi via
Oh,
Papa
look at
Crossing
this.
4, Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
Minus the light pole.
That's all right.
2749, Minneapolis down, push approved. Push
Look at that sky.
Delta 162 heavy, Minneapolis down, push approved, plan 12 right.
Plan on 12 right, good push, Delta 152.
So
heavy,
do we
and
know
we'll be able to
what
make
this
the,
inbound Delta 9962 is?
14, your push is approved, runway 12 left.
Mike Stellick says hello. Well, hey, Mike. Happy Monday. Great to have you tuning in to MSP Airport tonight. On this Monday, we've had a pretty interesting day for plane spotting here in the North Star State, I'll tell you what. Delta 162 heavy to Amsterdam is now pushing back from the FCON course at Terminal 1. They are outbound to Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport.
Wow, so they're going to beat 160 tonight.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
No.
But thanks to the behemoth of a delay, because Delta 160 was supposed to have long departed the Twin Cities, but because Delta 170 was significantly delayed in arriving to Minneapolis, the same A350 that was scheduled to operate 170 into MSP tonight, which was late, was also scheduled to operate 160 heavy out.
5404, roger. Yeah, if you think it'll be faster to just stay with 17, we can get you over there pretty quick too.
And do they still have to move that airplane, or are they going to maybe just leave it where it came in as 170?
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I'm not sure at the moment.
And we don't have the flight to Paris tonight, do we? I haven't thought to look.
152 already departed, actually, at the top of the broadcast.
Okay.
It's the very first thing that we came on the air and caught.
Right. Oh, that's right. Okay, I think I remember
Because their
seeing it as I
departure
pulled in.
yeah, because their departure is earlier in the day now
Right, okay.
with the summer schedule. So they departed with the Airbus A330-300.
2614, contact ground on point 8. We're splitting it off exactly.
Yeah, because you were starting the intro to starting the stream just as I was coming in on Cargo Road. Oh, thanks. Look, I see the post. He thinks, I'm thinking you're referring to our inbound from JFK. He thinks it's a ferry flight.
Fareed Abed, thanks so much for tuning in tonight. So glad to have you here as well. So we are currently waiting on Delta 162 to get moving to Amsterdam. So 162 is going to be departing ahead of Delta 160. 160 is the A350, also to AMS, and is the early Amsterdam departure. But 162, which is kind of in the middle of the 3 daily Amsterdam Delta Heavy departures, 162 is going to be departing well in advance of the early Amsterdam departure. How crazy is that?
Got 4040 middle power at Mike Cross, runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey.
Yeah, Mike Cross, run 2 right.
Mike Flack 98, thanks so much for the $2 super chats. Enjoy your show. Thanks, Mike.
Push cruise, only 17.
Did you call Southwest 2967, go 15 meters here?
2967, affirmative, your push is approved for runway 17.
David Gutierrez. Ubaldo sent a party hat for 20 joules. All right. Trying to pull that up, but the app that I use to pull the messages on screen won't let me do it. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for sending that our way. David, so great to have you tonight.
Delta 2418 company out of Fox 2's moving now. Just let them do that, and then you can continue.
I think that's the first time that we've been sent a party hat on YouTube. I think I didn't even know that existed.
And what is it? It's another form of a super chat, or
maybe, I don't know.
sticker?
Delta 2749, monitor tower 126.7.
There you go. We took to the view of 162 Heavy just as they popped their taxi lights on. That was great. All right, everybody. Are we ready to watch Delta 162 rock and roll over to AMS? Mike Fleck 98 says, I can't get over how much flights are costing now. You know, this makes our LAX trip even that more special because when I booked the tickets in March, it was just before the conflict in the Middle East broke out and before the price of oil started surging. So to explain to everybody how lucky we are to be going to LAX is probably the understatement of the year. Or just anywhere for that matter. So we are fortunate to have jumped on the opportunity as soon as we did to book our LAX trip. I was a little unsure if everything would be taken care of and that we would be able to do this, but you guys are so amazing. That trip has never, since it was announced, never been in doubt. Never. And if you had wings, I think you're still watching, but thank you so much again for the $100 super chat going to the LAX trip fund. I cannot thank you enough, my friend. That means a lot to me and John and Logan, who have been eagerly waiting until that departure time, and we are so excited. We are pumped to be bringing you stuff from Los Angeles.
You gonna sleep the night before?
Probably not, but I'm probably not going to sleep the night before because I'll probably be up late packing equipment and making sure that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted and everything is ready to go in a fitting and orderly way. Yeah, the LA trip would also not be possible if it weren't for the amazing support that we'll be receiving out from our friends over at LA Flights Live. Big shout out to Peter and Josh. You guys are awesome. So they will be helping out as well. Team LA Flights, we'll put that on there. Props to you guys. Oh, they're doing a turn and burn. Look at that.
Oh, are they ever? Wow.
Wasting no time getting onto the runway and blasting off for Amsterdam is Delta 162 Heavy.
So Alex, as they were making the turn for doing their turn and burn, did you see the dirt that
Yes,
was
I
being
did.
blown up?
Yes, I did. That was toward the start of their takeoff rolls. They were lining up with the runway. They
were
lined up with the runway, and they're like, see ya. They were out of here.
Yeah, it seems like they were increasing their power as they were making that turn. They didn't even wait till they were lined up.
All right, how about some Metroliner action to follow up behind the departing heavy bus?
CRJ from the right on Mike. Behind that CRJ, Delta 2418.
So we see these little guys in here all the time. Bemidji Aviation stopping in to pick up packages from UPS. Coming down to the big airport. So Bemidji Aviation runs a pretty crucial feeder service for expedited air cargo from the northern parts of the state of Minnesota in connection with the Twin Cities. And they have a pretty substantially sized fleet of Metroliners. So the Metroliner is the backbone of Bemidji Aviation. They also have a lot of other Beechcraft propeller-driven airplanes as well. I think we may have a few of those tonight as well. AJ Ryder, so great to have you on today. Thanks for posting the information on Delta 162 Heavy. We really appreciate all of the information that you post with the different flights in our live chat.
Yeah, it's always curious to see how far we can go by flying these days and the time that it takes us to do it, and compare that in some cases when you can do the same by utilizing another mode of transportation.
I would mention a pretty famous aviation cliche, but I'm not going to do that. It's about a how a mile of runway will take you anywhere.
Right, 215 over to departure Delta 27.9 tonight.
On Charlie Cross on 2 right turn with cross runway 22 Delta 1356.
27 up there at Mike, cross that 1 2 right, turn right on 1 2.
Cross 1 2 right on Mike and right Whiskey Endeavor 5527.
2971, join taxiway Alpha, contact ground point 9.
So 2971, join an Alpha, switching ground, good night.
Forward on the way, 654, visual, so 1 2 right. 2654, I'm up tower, 170 at 1 2, runway 1 2 right, settle line.
Clear to lane 1 2 right, come to lane 654.
Contact the Alpha Delta Quebec, monitor ground on point 8.
Alpha Delta Quebec with point 8.
I meant Sports Fan 88, I would agree. The A220 is a really slick looking bird.
Right Delta 1356.
Eddie Long 679 says my wife is on Delta 2264 due in about 15 minutes. Thanks for the heads up. I think we might stick around to catch that potentially. Depends on how much daylight is left.
2269.
That would be correct.
So where's that flight coming in from? That would help narrow my search.
Double tower, kept the 4 mile final at Mike, cross me 1 2 right, turn right on 1 2.
After that, a 5 foot, 1 2 right, right turn with even to 29, 29.
Oh, 2264.
Okay.
Just had that color.
Delta 2967, runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Right.
Oh, from Tampa. All right, thanks for the heads up.
2967, I stepped that.
Okay, just so I know where to look in the arrivals.
Okay.
Because it does kind of, help me find it. Okay, there it is. I just found it just like that. So that extra information helps me find it that much quicker. They're 10 minutes out. Yeah, coming up from Tampa, where I spent 39 years of my time. So they're actually due south of us at the moment.
4925, contact departure, have a good day.
So since the 12s are active, they will be, at some point, be making a left turn to make a downwind trek out to the west of us.
47 metal car.
And then making a right turn back for their final approach.
For the Airbus ahead.
So, with that in mind, I will continue to track this flight, Alex, so we kind of can keep an eye on where they're at.
12017, clear for takeoff, Endeavor 5527.
That's actually,
Yeah, we're live.
yeah.
2664, left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
All right, so I think we're coming up
Okay, yeah, all
close to our runway recap.
2967, Roger, behind the 73.
Post 2654, may I have contact the Alpha to the gate?
So look at that sky in the background.
Yeah, so, okay, they're just starting to make the turn. They're going to go around. Yeah, they're going to make a left turn, they'll head out towards 6.
Go 3079, Minneapolis Tower, turn right on Alpha.
Maddie Urich, thanks so much for the compliment. Always trying to improve things around here where stuff needs improving.
No, that's okay.
So thanks so much, Maddie. So I know that we had actually upgraded one of our cameras this week. It's actually our B cam is actually able to get that. Is actually able to sell it
1051, push approved.
in place of our new cam, which we're gonna take to right now. Wanted something that was a little bit more travel friendly. Wanted something that was gonna match the picture profile of our main camera a lot better. Thanks, Luke, for the heads up. We got the ATR coming in here in a little bit also. So I think we'll stick around for that, too. Jaden, so great to see you today. So slow there. How's it been? Just tuning in. It was a great day today, by the way. We had an unexpected curveball with a inbound diversion as a CRJ 200LR en route from Chicago O'Hare to Fargo had to divert to Minneapolis due to a fuel flow issue indication. And that was an alert too. So we had all the trucks roll for that. They made it in nice and safe. They went right to Concourse E, right in the alley is where their gate was.
Oh, and Alex, our viewer that's connected to the inbound flight from Tampa, he's here at the viewing area. I was just talking to him.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
okay.
that was him.
Oh, nice.
Yes, he's behind us up in the truck.
So, yes, we appreciate those of you that come out to say hi, the aircraft viewing area. We always enjoy it. Even though it looks like we're busy, I promise we don't, we never bite.
No.
Never.
18, Rebel Tower, jump the 4 mile final on Mike, cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey. Cross, 12 right at Mike, right turn on to Whiskey, up 29.
Hey everybody, welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex, that's RJ, and well, as we start to get down to the final stretch here for our show this evening, it's going to be cool to see the ATR come in and our flight from Tampa as well.
Yes, in fact, our viewer is right behind us. He's sticking up through the sunroof in his truck.
There you go.
Came up from behind me.
Well, it's perfect weather to do it. You know, that's how you got to do it, right?
Identified himself connected to that arrival, and just like, and you know, acknowledged me for just having called it out. It's like, oh, it's like, okay. So that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool that they're out here letting us know.
If there's a flight you guys want us to catch, call it out. Go for it. We want to hear about it.
Yeah, as long as we catch it. I know. I can vouch for being on the receiving end when you tracked my inbound flight a few weeks ago.
Such an amazing experience.
2967, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. Have a good night.
Joker128XS is good evening, everybody. Well, hey, good evening, Joker. This looks dry here. Yeah, it's a bit dry. We got some rain, I think, last week.
Well, Alex.
So, and it's going to be dry in the forecast for tomorrow and for Wednesday. So Joker says SFO is soaked.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know I mentioned it earlier in the stream. The weather that was forecasted to go through our area last Friday pretty much did, and I think, you know, depending on where you were, depended on how much of it you got. As I know where I'm at with the weather station that I have, I measured almost 2.5 inches of rain. I had a couple of rounds of about pea-sized hail, and the temperature just out of nowhere just dropped 30 degrees in no time. And then we had, of course, a more chilly weekend, and now we're in the process of trying to warm back up again.
Delta 2198, visual 12 right. 2198, Delta Tower, wind 170 at 13, gust 17, runway 12 right, center line. Clear wind 12 right, Delta 2198. 2765.
Joker, yes, it has been nice today. A little bit chilly just because of the wind. But overall, actually not terribly bad. Tomorrow it's going to be just perfect. I mean, we're going to be into the 70s, light breeze. It's dream weather.
Yes.
Tomorrow, and clear skies.
Yeah.
Wednesday, it's going to be a bit windy, but it's also going to be a bit on the hotter side of things. We're going to be into the 80s on Wednesday. I think we're going to get up to 80 maybe for our high on Wednesday. Should be pretty good. And of course, we're going to have a strong breeze expectedly on Wednesday too, which I don't mind the strong breeze. Today it made for some interesting landings, I'll tell you what, but we certainly want that when it's warmer outside. Our equipment likes it that way too.
7879, heading 135, contact departure, have a nice.
All right,
I want to give you guys this view. Look at this.
Yes, and our Tampa arrival has started to make their turn for final.
Okay, 4 Mike Hotel.
All right, so we're going to get our inbound Tampa flights.
So they might be about 4 for arrival on 12 right. Now about to be 3 for arrival with this touchdown. That has just come in from San Diego.
Turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact Alpha 19. Number 6518, turn left heading 135, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
The 2125 mass current tank to be Alpha down to the gate, we'll see.
Contact departure, have a good night. Departure, Delta 2918, good night.
Alpha, Charlie, short of 1 short, tow 6.
Ten 32, runway 17 for departure.
Joker says from New Mexico, used to the heat and the wind, LOL. Yep. Hey, Sean, sorry I didn't see your message there for just a second. Says, how are you doing, Alex? Doing great, Sean. Great to have you on board tonight. We're pretty close to wrapping up our show, but stick around, everybody. We're going to have our runway recap right around the corner.
2198,
all right, so our last flight of the day will be viewer requests. From Tampa, 2264, a Delta flight operated with an A321-200 tonight.
Company 73, then going to the gate.
There's Bemidji.
1032, just stay on Browse to get past that one that just exited, then rejoin Alpha for me. Thanks.
Bravo, then rejoin after 311
So they're going to go pick up some cargo, maybe some packages. So I think they're in the UPS feeder network. I hear, speaking of feeder, our ATR 42, if it's on time, should be getting close.
64, Minneapolis Tower, 1509, runway 12 right, settle in. Go 3866, make that Mike cross, runway 12 right. Give you a try to the south base.
Cross left to right, cross south base, 10-32, get on Charlie, hold short of 12 right, and you can monitor the tower now, 26-7, we'll see you.
Yeah, we put short 12 right now, that's south base. 66, want to come with it?
1956.
Look at that sky. Wow. Really ending our show on a fantastic note. All right, here's that flight to Tampa that we need to keep an eye on. Oh, Sean, very fun. Says, I'm making plans to come visit you soon. Fun. Feel free to let us know. It would be great to connect with you in person. I know that Steve Lundaby, we've connected with him in person. Came up from Texas. I think he had some personal business in the area, but also wanted to stop by and say hello. So. Very fun, Sean. You're gonna very much enjoy spotting from MSP's aircraft viewing area. And there's our ATR. This is Mountain Air Cargo from Duluth.
And I'm back, Alex, and our Tampa arrival is now also about to touch down on 12 right.
Yes, it is. Oh, hey, Sean. Thanks so much for thinking of me and thinking of the crew. Says, I've got some vintage Continental Airlines stuff to give you. Oh, thank you. We're going to try and show that on stream, too. All right, here's our inbound flight from Tampa.
So we do have somebody here at the viewing area that was here for that arrival, so I'm going to just go check with him again before he leaves, and I'll be right back.
Bill 2264, joining Alpha Delta.
2264, map trans, actually Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha Delta, start Delta 2264.
All right, everybody, it is time for our runway recap. Okay, Steve says, Alex, I'm from North Dakota, about 6 hours away. Okay, my bad, Steve.
Turn left, heading 120.
Don't know why I thought you were from Texas for some reason. So again, apologies for that. I could be a little bit of a goof sometimes. Joker, that's good. Says it's been nice here for the past week. Looks good there. It is. It's going to be amazing this week. Finally, departure from the colder weather. All right, so are we ready for our runway recap? I think I am.
Set up the 3 left tower, Mike cross I 1 to your right, and go to ramp. Mike cross I 1 to right, to ramp. Go,
All right, it is time for our runway recap of the day. It's time to put a bow on everything. 171 was our first big highlight of the show, getting airborne uber late for Seoul Incheon. Would actually kind of fill the place of 160 Heavy that we did not see and we won't see today because of how late it is running. They were also kind of heavy, too. Looks like a full flight to Seoul today. And then, of course, we had a lot of 757 action. It was quite gusty, and this landing right here with the wind, I think, was the landing of the day in my book. Well done to the flying crew aboard the Delta 757-300. Then Iceland Air from Reykjavik, Iceland Air 657, taking the south parallel today on the arrival end. It would also depart on 12 right later in the evening around 7:30. So Iceland Air pretty punctual today on Monday, inbound from Reykjavik. And then some more Delta Heavy action with Delta 258 getting airborne to Dublin with the A330-300 thundered off the south parallel. And then Delta 170 Heavy with a nice smooth touchdown. A little bit of an early touchdown as well. They also were kind of crabbing on the way in, too. They had some wind that they were fighting, but a good job with the landing as usual. Then Iceland Air headed right back out to Iceland. And boy, did they need all of that 10,000-foot stretch of pavement to get airborne, RJ. They were full.
Yep, that's why they were on that runway going out today. They don't always do that.
Yeah, that's a full send for Iceland Air. Nice and heavy. And then it was 162's turn to let loose the thunder on the south parallel runway. And they were also quite loaded, too. The Silent Giant getting airborne tonight needed quite a bit of real estate.
There they go.
Yeah, so they rotated nice and easy. And I would say that's another full send, too.
Oh, just about, yeah.
So there you go. There's our runway recap for today.
And it was nice to kind of close out the end of the stream with our viewer here with his wife on board the Tampa arrival.
Oh, okay. Sounds good, Steve. Yes. Now I'm making sense of it. Thanks so much, Wally, for the kudos. Says the MSP Airport Live stream team. You are the best. We try to be. Thanks so much, Wally. So great to have you on board today. So keep up the great work. We will indeed. Marcus, we certainly will keep up the great work, and says, indeed, great stream today into this evening. I know. Nice sunset, too. Gordon says, you're a lovable goof. Appreciate it.
Is it because of all our new sound effects?
All right, thanks so much, AJ. Says, thanks, Alex and RJ, for a wonderful stream today. See you on the next offering. We'll do, and that'll be next Wednesday, everybody. Assuming that my schedule doesn't get derailed, we will be live on Wednesday. Doing our thing. Joker says, have a great Monday night, everybody. Great week. Peace, friends. Thanks so much, Joker, for tuning in today. Great to have you on board as usual. Well, it is time in the show for us to say goodbye from the aircraft viewing area at the end of Cargo Road. We'll be back on Wednesday with more live plane spotting action on your home for Minnesota's live plane spotting experience. For our outstanding team of mods and for RJ Bean, I'm Alex Rennie. Good night, everybody. Blue skies and tailwinds ahead, and happy spotting. We'll see you on Wednesday or when we go live next. Thank you for tuning in to MSP Airport Live. Have a great night, everybody.
See ya.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.